I'm not making reference to a particular government. Every government we've had. No government that knows what it is about sanctions the construction of 155 artificial pitches across the country.
That's how many we have in Ghana?
Yes. When I spoke about this, I've received a lot of grief. I'll be honest with you. Kafui. I've received a lot of grief about this. Some paid for. I've had people being incentivized to say all kinds of things against me. But it's a campaign I'm not willing to back down on.
The whole issue with Thomas Partey and Canada not allowing him to enter. You had a ringside view of all
this? In court. So
when did you know something like this was going to happen? When was the first time you had an inkling that, hey, they're not going to make one of mine enter the country?
2 days before.
2 days before the game.
2 days before. They FA knew. They didn't catch them by surprise. Let me say this about that Izigi Benjamin Asari thing. I think it's a horrible thing the Ghanaian football fan has done. We've created a faction where there is none. We actually have 2 competent goalkeepers, but we spend time debating who is worse and why one should be out and one should be in. I understand that Izigi hasn't been the best goalkeeper for Ghana over the years, but the point is, at least for now, he looks competent. The other Benjamin Asari also looks competent. So stick with them. But we've created factions. There's a whole social media war. The entire World Cup, it was basically Atizigi Benjamin Asari every time on Twitter.
You have two good goalkeepers.
Yes, you have 2 good goalkeepers. I think any national team will be happy to have 2 good goalkeepers. But we were pretty much just interested in tearing one down for the other. I found that was one of the more distasteful parts of this particular World Cup for me. The letter looked like he was saying goodbye, when according to him, the letter was to say the journey of the World Cup had ended, and not his journey with...
Why not tell them for the dressing room inside?
Why go right for Facebook?
Why not tell them for this?
So he left it open to interpretation, and everybody interpreted it the way they wanted to.
Hello, my name is Kafui Day. My guest is Godfred Akoto Boafo, one of Ghana's most recognizable broadcast faces and voices as far as sports and current affairs are concerned. A message from our sponsor. Queuing for your favorite wache, we can accept it. If there's one thing that Ghanaians can relate with, it's queuing. Queuing for trotro, we can accept it. We adjust. We survive. In fact, if queuing was an Olympic sport, we would win gold. But one thing we can't accept, it's queuing to swap your MTN SIM. Swap your MTN SIM yourself in minutes. Visit the My MTN app or dial *1333# to get this done ASAP. No more standing, no more sweating, no more who be the last person. Do it yourself. Simply swap it everywhere you go. And now back to the conversation. Godfred.
My pleasure, Kaf.
Happy to see you.
I am happy to be here. I've been watching and I didn't know I would find myself in here.
Well, you're here.
I love it.
Tell us what's new in your life as we speak today.
Well, quite a few things happening.
Yes.
So I was at the World Cup, just came back a few days ago. I've been trying to catch up with work, have a few training sessions for academics. I teach them how to simplify their research into languages that into a form that everybody could read and understand. Apart from that, try to manage a few young footballers in the Dansuma neighborhood. You've run away from the hood, but it's fine.
Let's start with the World Cup.
Yeah.
So, from when to when were you in North America?
I was in North America from the 6th of June to the final.
Excellent. Let's talk about the final.
Mm-hmm.
How did that go down for you?
I was backing Argentina because I've always had a bias for Argentina.
Why?
I like Argentina.
Okay.
It was one of the countries that introduced me to football as a young man. Maradona, particularly in 1990, was for people my generation, the formative World Cup that we could actually watch. So I've had a soft spot. But professionally, though, it was pretty clear Spain was the best team at this World Cup. Everybody had them as favorites. They had the most complete team. Argentina had struggled to get to the final, albeit on the back of some incredible performances. But those things take a toll because the difference between tournament football and league football is that you don't have too much recovery time.
Yes.
And the sheer pace and intensity of tournament football is twice what you have in a league match. So playing those intense games against Cape Verde, against
they were stretched for
Egypt,
many games.
it was bound to catch up. And it wasn't that they had played really well up to that point anyway. So in the end, I guess their vices caught up with them, and Spain got what was justly theirs. And it's a new generation for Spain. I think if you see how people responded, everybody felt the right team had won. They had won the right way. The football they played is what a lot of people admire. Free-flowing football. It's clean. Players are respectful. It's exciting. The large part of your general football audience seem to align with that type of character. Okay. So Spain, good win for them.
Good win for them. Why were Argentina so negative?
There were inadequacies in the team. I think overall, this was a team that was built to accommodate Messi. And when you have a player like Messi, you have no choice than to build a team around him. He might be 39, but there are so many things that he does better than anybody in the world. So Argentina had built a team of runners. So you had your Rodrigo de Paul around him. You had your Enzo Fernandez around him. You had players who work hard, but are not exactly game changers in terms of what they can do. And that led to significant struggles for them, because if Messi was not having a good day, and up through to the final, he had managed to get them out of several situations. You look at the Cape Verde game. You look at the Egypt game particularly. You look at the Switzerland game.
You played so many African teams. Yeah, my sons were saying it looks like Argentina was playing AFCON. Right?
Yeah, it was.
Algeria, Cape Verde,
Egypt. Those were really hard games for them. Mm-hmm. So in the end, everybody had figured it out. Put a wall around Messi, and this Argentina team will break down and they'll not have anything to do. In the final, we saw that. They put a wall around Lionel Messi.
Not a shot on target.
Yes, for 117 minutes. What? They had not hit a shot on target for 190 minutes. They showed the resilience and the grit that we know them for, but with the ball, there was nothing to write about.
How good are Spain? Now they have a second star on
the shirts
for the next World Cup.
Look, when you want to know how good Spain is, you go to their training grounds, right? And they can put all members of the squad in a 30 by 30 playing area and touch the ball once amongst themselves. You saw it with your eyes at speeds that you cannot believe. And you ask yourself, if within that space, they can put so many players in that space and keep the ball, imagine when they have the full space. And growing up together, as we have seen with some of these squads, most of them would have played at under 19 together. Most of them would have played at under 21 level together. There are relationships established across the pitch. Most of them play club football together as well. So they do not struggle to read each other. And in the man who was making the decisions, Luis de la Fuente, they had somebody who understood exactly what the Spanish identity was, because he had been part of the youth system for a very long time. He's won them the under-19 European Championships. He's won them the under-21 European Championships. He's won them the seniors European Championships. Most of these boys are boys that he had brought up to the academy system. And so what we saw was the end game of a project that focuses on continuity, that focuses on stability, and that focuses on an identity. They know exactly what they're supposed to do and how it's supposed to be done. And I think that is what separates them from any other team in the world currently. There are a lot of teams that are trying to figure it out. Who are we? Spain, right up to the grassroots, the very bottom, understand who they are. They are trained the same way. They play the same way. They are given the same kind of understanding. And so it gets to the top, and they are doing things that they've been doing for 10 years, 15 years, naturally.
So you enjoyed their training sessions?
Everything about it is outstanding. Look, you sometimes you enjoy the training more than the game itself. Because the games are tactical and but the training sessions, look, everything is good.
It's like they're playing FIFA.
Yeah, everything is good and fast. Yeah. But the only thing also is mostly they give you just 15 minutes
to see the training.
To see the training, the rest, because they don't want you seeing the tactical side of it. So they show you what they want to show you. But even the ones that they show you, you're just marvel, and you're like, whoa, this is a different level of game, man.
What can Ghana learn from Spain?
Everything.
Where should we start from?
let's start from their respect for grassroots. The fact that they understand that it doesn't start from the top, it starts from the bottom. And so the investment in youth coaching, the investment in understanding that this is how every kid in Spain who plays football should play. Spain, up until 2006, were a very physical team. They were not this type of team. Until Luis Aragonés took over and said, look, this is not who we are. We're a patient passing team. And that message resonated so much with the system that it became the gospel for everybody who teaches football in Spain. And it's something that we need to look at here. What kind of football do we want to play? What kind of profiles do we have? And can we establish a system that is coordinated enough to respect that identity that we want to teach, that is consistent enough? And in the end, we need support from government to get this done. The Football Association by itself, nigh on impossible to get this done. The infrastructure is not there. The money is not there.
What do they do with the FIFA money?
The FIFA money, you have to ask both them and the government. But you have to ask the two of them what they do with the money. Because you talk to the government tell you, oh, we've invested the money. We've taken some back. We've given some to them. But where are the fields?
How much did Ghana earn from this World Cup?
Ghana is roughly earning about 13 million. If we take away the taxes, they might come home with something maybe like 12 or 11. I don't know how the US tax system works, but they'll come home with a lot. They'll come home with a lot. The finance ministry gave them $5 million.
Dollar or cedi?
Dollar. Okay. That's 58 million. That's the finance minister told us on the breakfast show that he's taking back. So 5 million, the rest, where does it go? And I think those are where the big questions come from. Yeah. Because if the government is interested in helping us become like a Spain, those monies go into fields. I'll tell you a story. So a couple of years ago, a good example of this is Morocco. The Moroccan FA president met the king of Morocco. And he was asked, what more can we do? And this was a Morocco that already established itself. This is about 5 years ago. And Fawzi Lekja told the Moroccan king, we want more pitches. He gave them 147 pitches.
Wow.
147. Not stadiums.
Not Astro.
Not Astro.
Grass.
He gave them 147 grass pitches. So what that means is that in every corner of that country where there's football to be played, you will find a decent, safe space with good grass, full-size pitch, community pitches, but it is available and it is open access. We do not have that. So those are the conversations that the government must have. Do we invest in building? The government says they're building 10 stadiums. I say it's not the way to align the money. Invest the money in community pitches where your son, my son, can show up every single day and just kick around.
The boys from Tunga and the girls
exactly.
from
That is where the game is developed from. So once that happens, everybody at least has a feel of the game and then it comes up.
Was this 2026 FIFA World Cup Messi's last dance?
Oh, it certainly is his last dance.
You can't see him coming to 2030?
He's 39. He's 39 and this took a physical toll on him. If he granted an interview where he said he basically spent a year preparing his body to play this tournament.
And he still ended up walking around. He like a tourist.
Yes. But the walking is important. And I'll explain the walking for you in a second.
Yeah.
But the thing for him is, what else does he have to prove? Who is he going to prove it with? These are his boys. They are gone. There's a new generation coming. There isn't much he can do that he hasn't done already. So I think pretty clearly this is his last dance. This definitely took a toll. The emotions that Messi showed at this World Cup, we have never seen him show those kind of emotions before. Messi in tears after the Egypt game. That Egypt game took so much out of them emotionally.
That was almost like a final.
It was almost like a final for them. It was so difficult. Even after the final, you could just see him sitting on the pitch, trudging along. You could just tell this was it. He was just trying to soak it all in and understand that, look, I'm done. Itaya, Charlie. Itaya. But what this is the kind of tiredness we all want to have at the end of our careers.
In one World Cup. and how many Ballon d'Ors?
He's done everything there is to do. Absolutely a fantastic player to watch. When you watch him in person, a lot of the things you see on television, you're like, yeah, but he's magnificent.
What's it like watching him in person?
Look, the aura. It's just the aura. When he enters the field, I've watched him 4 times. When he just enters the field, something changes. The vibe changes. When he touches the ball, there's just this expectation. There's just what's going to happen? And it's consistent with him. whether he's walking, whether he's running. And the walking, like I was saying, the journalist who knows, nobody knows Messi better than Guillem Balaguer. He's reported, he's a Spanish journalist. His life's work basically is to follow Lionel Messi. And he says Messi walks because the first 5 minutes of every game, he is processing. By the time he's done processing, he knows where every space is, so he doesn't need to run.
So he's kind of mapping it out.
He's mapped it out in his head, GPS. Once it's done, wherever he is, he has space. So there's no need to run. If he has to run, he has to run a very short distance. And I think he's perfected that art of the walking run, sort of.
And it's quite deceptive too, because Messi's not doing anything. All of a sudden, the guy
boom,
pops up.
He's in space.
Yeah.
You know, and
he nearly scored at the World Cup even.
Yes.
There was one shot that I thought was going in.
You know, he plays this 1-2 and then he just darts. 1-2, then he just darts. He's incredible. And for me as a journalist, I remember 2010. That's when I first saw him physically, you know, at the World Cup with Diego Maradona, and I was like, this kid will be something else. And here we are, 2026. 16 years later, he definitely has been something else.
How symbolic was it that you have the master Messi and then the new kid on the block, Lamine, playing together in the same game in the last 104th game of the World Cup?
I don't think it could have been scripted any better. Like, it was incredible the way it panned out eventually. The heir apparent and the current owner of the throne meeting in the final. But the difference was this. Argentina had built its entire team around Lionel Messi. Spain had taken a bit of the pressure off Lamine Yamal because he was coming back from an injury during this World Cup, so he wasn't at full fitness, and spread the responsibility around. If you watch the kind of responsibility Lamine Yamal had when Spain won the Euros, and you watch how he was supposed to play this World Cup, there's a vast difference in how they approached it. So he didn't have to do too much to be the outstanding player of the World Cup for Spain. They just needed him to do what he's expected to do, or what he's supposed to do within the structure that Luis de la Fuente had set up. And I think that was the difference between the two. But in the final, we could basically just call it a passing of the torch moment. And we had that moment after the game. Lionel Messi was sitting on the turf. Young Lamine Yamal walked up to him, gave him a hug. I'm sure they had a short interaction, and they would have a longer interaction in the dressing room. We don't have access to those ones. But it was pretty clear he's somebody Lionel Messi is very proud of.
Before the final, I saw this iconic picture of Messi bathing a baby. And first of all, I thought, with these AI guys, man, give it a rest.
Yeah.
And then I found out that it was actually a real
It was
situation.
real. It was real. Everybody had thought that thing was fake,
man.
You know. But apparently, there's a journalist called Julian Montfort who puts this together because it was a calendar for Barcelona's UNICEF campaign at the time. And it's crazy how some of these coincidences come. Lamine Yamal's family won a raffle to be photographed with players of Barcelona. No, but just players of Barcelona. And Lamine Yamal drew Lionel Messi as the person who would bath him in the tub. Like, these things don't try themselves, do they?
Wow. And then, of course, the AI pranksters after the World Cup, they reversed the issue. Now, I see Yamin bathing.
Yeah, bathing Messi.
But, you know, I was looking at the statistics, and Spain basically passed Argentina to death. Yeah. And they peppered Martinez, the goalkeeper, with he made 12 saves. Yeah.
You know, they used to call the Spanish game death by 1,000 passes. And they'll frustrate you because you can't touch the ball. They defend with the ball because you're playing against the clock, against a team that can keep the ball for 4 minutes, 5 minutes. When are you going to get the ball to do something?
4 minutes.
Yeah, they can keep the ball. They can just keep the ball without looking like they are threatening you side to side, forward, back. They're just looking for spaces.
And frustrating you in the process.
Frustrating in the process. And the thing that people ignore about Spain is they are very good off the ball. There are lots of teams that don't like to do the hard work of winning the ball back. Spain love the hard work of winning the ball back when they lose it. So they don't give you too much time. You might win the ball and they'll get it back in like 8 or 10 seconds. And then they are back at it for another 2 minutes. So you have it for 8, they have it for 2. It demoralizes opponents. It gets you tired because you're spending so much time just chasing the ball. It opens up spaces for them. In full flow, it's something else to watch.
To my untrained eye, is the Spanish national team just Barcelona in the national jersey?
Similarly. Just that there's been a bit of a change because Barcelona now have a German coach who prefers a dangerously mad high line. But De La Fuente's highline is not as mad as Hansi Flick's, but the concepts are the same.
So classic Barcelona.
Classic Barcelona. We are looking at a Barcelona, a Xavi, Iniesta style Barcelona, but a bit more patient than they were. This particular team is very, 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 very patient with the ball.
Was it crazy that there was no Real Madrid player in the team until there was the transfer of Cucurella from Chelsea to?
Yeah. But if you look at where Real Madrid are now, it's not crazy. It's a team that has a lot of foreigners in key positions on the field, and those who are of a Spanish background are a bit of the veteran vanguard. So we had Dani Carvajal, who is on his way out, essentially. The new generation that is coming, Asensio, the centre-back, is not really at the level where he's going to take out a Pau Kubasi or any of the more experienced players. I think eventually we'll see Madrid making a return to the national team. But the thing for Barcelona and Spain is this. Whenever they've had a good Barcelona team, they've had a good Spain team. Then I don't think they're going to change that model.
No, don't. If it's not broken, why fix it?
Why fix it?
Let's talk about the ceremony, the trophy ceremony, and even the halftime show. Let's start with the trophy ceremony. Mr. Infantino and Mr. Trump being booed
because we're in New York, New Jersey.
They don't like
Trump. Even though he's a New York man, he's not a very popular man in that space. On the back of a very popular mayor of New York, Mamdani. Was a Democrat, talks to the other side. And if you look at also some of the things that had happened with the build-up to this World Cup, particularly on the FIFA side, Infantino is not the most popular man amongst the Argentine community also at the moment. So I wasn't too surprised. And a lot of people feel there's been a lot of compromise with FIFA's ethics, with what FIFA believes in to satisfy the ego of Trump. And so it wasn't very popular, especially when you have a UEFA team, Spain, and UEFA is very anti-Infantino at the moment, and Spanish fans know this, and you have Argentina, who are also feeling very victimized at this World Cup. So I'm not surprised we had that kind of reception for the two.
Word on the street here in Ghana and probably around Africa and other parts of the world was that FIFA was cooking this thing for Argentina.
It wasn't just here, it was everywhere.
In America,
and every look, you could enter a bar or you could enter anywhere, and the conversation was, they are trying to rig this for Messi, and all this was because of some incidents. And the Egypt game was particularly a problem for a lot of people. There was people felt there wasn't consistency in the decisions that were being made. And if you have, the only way you get those favors is because you have Lionel Messi, and with Cristiano Ronaldo out, FIFA wanted a guarantee that its other big star stayed the full hog. That was the thinking for a lot of people. And you can't take that away from the fan base. That is what adds to the drama of the game. You need a villain. And in this World Cup, Argentina became the villain that everybody was against. And I must say, true to form, in the final, they lived up to the billing. They look at how they misbehaved.
They didn't try to score.
And even after the game, how they misbehaved.
They were fighting. And
everybody was like, we told you. They didn't deserve to be here. But
British media saying Spain saved football.
So Argentina didn't do themselves too many favors in feeding that conspiracy as well. But the thing is this, it will be very hard to fix a World Cup. There are just too many intangibles. There are just too many things that have to come into play for that to happen. Look, Argentina were not lucky with some of the games that they had in terms of what's coming back from a goal down. If you look at the England game, for instance, unless you are nitpicking, England were a goal up. Everybody's blaming the coach. Argentina won that game fair and square. So
bad tactics, right?
Bad tactics. Bad tactics. I think Tuchel lost that game. So in the end, the conspiracy can run, and I think it's good for the game. It makes it it drives the attention.
Makes it spicy.
Makes it very, very spicy. It was good.
Red card. How can a president of a country talk to the president of an international football federation, and then a red card is rescinded?
Donald Trump has this thing of making things about himself, and this was one of those moments. And that is the problem that a lot of people have with Infantino, in the sense that he seemed to have bent over backwards for Trump at this World Cup. We saw a lot of things that traditionally FIFA does not allow that were allowed at this World Cup. That particular decision being one And people were offended by it because the nature of the game, as FIFA says, FIFA's motto is fair play. And a lot of even key FIFA members felt this was an overreach. We've had the vice president of the U.S. Soccer Federation take out a page in the New York Times to write an opinion piece saying that decision was bad.
Even though
it favored them. This was the vice president, a sitting vice president of the U.S. Soccer Federation, saying this is not what our game is about. FIFA did not do this right.
How are you, the journalists, processing this news?
Same way. We felt, for us, it was strange because this is not how FIFA operates. We have always understood that a second yellow card is a suspension. A red card is a suspension. It's never been overturned. There have been clear circumstances where this could have favored some teams years back if they wanted to. But for it to happen now, for a U.S. team, for whom they were, to a star player of the U.S. team, everybody knew that without Folarin Balogun, they didn't stand a chance. Already they didn't stand a chance against Belgium anyway. But at least with him on the field. And the thing that made it even more scandalous was the admission by the U.S. president that, look, I saw it and I was like, this is unfair. And the rules could, I called him. So it made it look like, I just called this guy and told him, look, change this thing for me. And he changed it. So it became very difficult for Infantino to just say, these are the rules and how they work.
Somali referee not allowed to enter America.
Yes. You could deal with any other situation, but not deal with that situation. And that is where a lot of people felt Infantino got it wrong. If you had that kind of pull with Trump, why did you not allow the Somali referee to come in at that point? It became a whole international incident. I think a lot of people felt aggrieved by it. I think it was very unfair. What happened to the young man who had earned the right to be at the World Cup? There's always been a guarantee. And that's what a lot of people say. There were a lot of things that FIFA did at this World Cup that are inconsistent with what we know them to do. A couple of years ago, Indonesia was supposed to host the World Under-20 Championship. It was pulled because Indonesia said they were not going to allow Israel to come in. FIFA said, you cannot tell us who is coming in. If they've qualified, they've qualified. And they pulled the tournament from Indonesia and sent it elsewhere. So how is it then that we're in America, if a referee has qualified to be there, and you say, okay, they say the FIFA suddenly says we are not responsible for visa issues. There's a guarantee.
Yeah.
Countries actually sign these guarantees that when we accept to host and we are given the right to host, a member of a delegation is a sacred position. You can't touch a member of a delegation, be it a FIFA delegation. But we saw a lot of that happening.
Iran was being messed around.
The treatment of the Iran team was shameful. And I'm happy that members of the International Press Corps stood up and reported on this. It was difficult for the coaches. A lot of people were expecting the coaches from other teams to speak up, but it will be difficult for them. But I am happy with the way the sporting press also stood up and reported just how unfair the training, the treatment of.
So what happened? You finish again, then you have to leave.
You have to leave immediately and go back to Tijuana.
But what was the protocol?
The protocol basically is they can have at least a day.
Okay, you can stay and sleep over.
Because it's tiring for them. But basically, show up a few hours before the game, play the game, and then leave again. And people might say, but it doesn't worry you too much. It takes a toll because they are fighting a physical battle. They're fighting a mental battle. These things were really difficult. And Iran had a good team. Iran had a really good team.
I was really rooting for them to get through to the next round.
Iran had a really good team.
Yeah.
I think that if they had played with a freedom of thought and mind, Iran would have done much better than they actually did.
What did you make of the halftime show?
The hydration break.
No, not even the hydration break. The halftime, the final.
The final itself. Again, it's a very US concept. We had this, I think we should have seen this coming from last year during the World Club Championship. I reported on the World Club Championship where we started seeing this NFL, NBA style entrances for the teams that were playing. And then we saw it at this World Cup as well. A very different kind of entrance, halftime shows that don't exist because the rules are pretty clear. You can only do 15 minutes.
Yes. So
we're doing 30 minutes.
So they construct a stage, do the performance.
They did everything. They did everything with the pallets and everything. They did it.
Military precision.
They executed it to a T.
So where were the players? The player, your talk is about 15 minutes. So what are you doing the other 15 minutes?
Exactly.
Watching the show on your phone?
And the difficulty for the players in that situation is they are warmed to a certain temperature at that point. They are at a certain intensity. If it takes 30 minutes, come on. they lose a certain edge. So what you will probably have in the dressing room is the players running around a bit to stay warm, to keep the sweat in, because they don't want to cool down completely, because they have to build up that intensity again. But American TV is American TV, and it must be satisfied. What we saw was built for American TV. It wasn't built for the global audience. So we had a very American World Cup, one must say, albeit a very good World Cup.
Did you enjoy any of the performance during the halftime break?
No, I did not.
Not even
no.
Shakira?
No.
Madonna?
No.
BTS?
At that, you see, because at that point, your focus is not really on the performances. At that
Justin
point,
Bieber?
yeah, not really.
Burna Boy?
Burna Boy was a Shakira. So. You see, and the thing is, if you're a journalist and you are covering these games, at that point, your focus is on just so many other things. You are trying to finish up your match reports at halftime. You must be halfway caught up. You are making calls just to see whether interviews could be done here and there. You don't get to enjoy, and that's the thing I hate about covering tournaments. You guys behind the screens enjoy the thing more than us.
We're just chilling and
You're
enjoying.
just chilling and enjoying. You watched more games. I was at the World Cup and you watched more games than I did.
How many games did you watch?
I watched 10 games.
Where and where?
In different states.
All countries?
No. I picked certain games. I watched all the Ghana games. I watched a Brazil game. I watched the final. I watched the England, Argentina game. I watched the Morocco, Scotland game, plus a couple of others. All in all, 10. There was a period where I had gone like 1 week and I had seen like a game. I was like, what is all this?
Did you go to Mexico? Did you go to Canada? No.
For the Ghana game, yes.
Yeah,
but for the other ones, no.
So you didn't go to Mexico?
No, Mexico.
So it was USA, Canada?
Yes.
Okay. The third place game, did you enjoy it?
It's
As a fan?
As a fan.
10 goals.
It's the kind of game, it's how football looks like when there's no pressure. You know. The only thing is it impacted who won the Golden Boot.
Yes.
Because Kylian Mbappe had to come on.
Yeah.
And my thinking is, if the game hadn't been as lopsided as it was at halftime, France wouldn't have brought on Mbappe. I think they were going to be very satisfied with him being on the bench. But 4-0, they're embarrassing you. And if you leave it at it, you could get 6 or 7.
And the coach's last game.
Yes.
In charge.
And they didn't want to be embarrassed. So they brought in the first game. But I like the way the game went. There wasn't too much fouling.
Yeah, it was good spirit.
It was good spirits.
It looked like a final.
A final, you know, but minus the pressure.
Yes.
And intensity. So that helps them a bit. But all in all, one of the best third and fourth place games that I've seen. And I'm not a believer in those who say take away the goals from the third and fourth place. Keep the goals.
Keep the goals there. Did that job save Mr. Tuchel his job as English manager?
No, I think they were always going to keep Mr. Tuchel. The thing about the English team is this. Once the anger died down, you know, the thing is, when you lose like that, the anger is raw. You are not considerate and you're not thinking. You are just spilling your mind. But once it is done and you sit down, you look at certain things and say, okay, maybe it wasn't that bad. England, for all the noise that we make, this is the first time they've been third.
Yeah, they've been third. 60 years.
The homeland of the global game.
Yeah.
They've been in the semi-final 4 times.
Football hasn't gone home yet.
It will take a while. So there's also an acknowledgement that in spite of all the criticism of you should have sent this player, should have sent that player, he just replicated their best performance in a very, very long time. So let's give him another go at the Euros. Perhaps if the performances don't go well at the Euros, that is when they might say, let's make a decision on him. Their expectation would be he's perhaps learned his lessons. He knows the team a bit better. The World Cup, basically, by the time we're done with the World Cup, was his 14th game in charge. So he hasn't been in charge for that long compared to other coaches who were playing 40 games, 50 games. Some had been in charge for 4 years. Some had been in charge for 5 years. It's a learning curve for Tuchel as well. But that semi-final, he cost them a bit.
Yes, you did. Big time. Before this World Cup, you had covered which other World Cups?
We've done 2010. We did 2014.
You did 2018?
No, because we're not there.
We're not there.
Yes. They didn't do 2022
either.
Yes, and then did this one.
Grade this year's World Cup in terms of the 48-team format, hosting, logistics, whether it worked as a spectacle versus a footballing contest.
It worked as a spectacle. I think the extra game allowed people to enjoy a lot more football. They want to give a lot more football. But from the perspective of a journalist, it becomes just a bit more difficult to work at.
Because with this one, you needed 8 games to get to the final.
Final, yes.
Previous games, you needed 7.
7.
Okay.
And a lot more expensive to cover. But as a spectacle...
How expensive? Tell me.
Pretty expensive. So here's the thing. You're buying an air ticket, right? For a month. $2,000. Let's keep it.
Oh, okay.
Let's keep it there. $2,000. Ghana is based in Rhode Island, so you're buying a ticket to say Washington or New York. Then pick a car there, rent an Uber or something. Ghana is based in Rhode Island for 15 days. You're booking a hotel for 15 days, give or take. World Cup rates for hotels, the cheapest was around 80, 90. You could go as high as 250 depending on where you were staying.
No hostels?
No, I mean, it would be hard, because the fans were also occupying those spaces. Transportation costs, feeding costs. Then there's the interstate travel. Are you flying? Are you driving? Cumulatively, by the time you are done with the World Cup as a one-man covering show, you are at maybe $15,000. So imagine those who sent two-man teams, three-man teams. You have a cameraman, you have a producer, you have a director, you have a presenter. In addition, those who shipped equipment to go. It's not easy. And for an African journalist, where our media houses normally don't have the financial capacity, so they tend to do this as and when, it becomes really difficult if you don't have the wherewithal.
Did the Mexico, Canada, USA thing work for you?
Yes. I even say that Mexico should have gotten one of the semi-final games, if not the final, because the football fandom in Mexico is used to this. And some of the atmosphere that was reported from the Azteca was incredible. If you watch the England-Mexico game, it was amazing to see. They understand football. And I felt the history and sheer magic of that stadium deserved at least a semi-final. But Big Brother was paying for 70% of the World Cup, so Big Brother took all the games at that point. But as a spectacle and for fans, Canada is home to a large diasporan community, so it was good. The United States is like the melting pot. So what you had was a World Cup in 3 countries where a lot of people from around the world could show up and not feel left out. Curaçao played in a 47,000 capacity stadium. For a country that has, 100,000 people, 50,000 people? It felt like they're playing at home.
Good support.
Cabo Verde, the same. So even the smallest countries could pull 10,000 people and others to come and back them in every game they played. And I think that was one of the better things we've seen compared to other World Cups where you have to travel long distances because you just don't have enough of your diasporan community in those countries.
Was that your South Africa experience?
South Africa for Ghana was like we're playing at home. South Africa was amazing because at the point, Ghana was everybody's team. I remember that game against Uruguay. That stadium was 100% full, and that game was played in a stadium that sits 70,000. There were about 65,000 South Africans in that stadium.
For Ghana.
All for Ghana. It was the one game that I cried at.
Oh, Charlie.
We had pitch side duties, and I was in tears.
By the pitch side?
I'm telling you, as Amajan passed by and said, "Inchi nausu," me say a penalty to me.
You the crime. You were what
Charlie.
Oh, Charlie.
Everybody was down.
Wow.
At that point, I have never been as, perhaps it was my inexperience or growing experience, but I was so personally invested in that match because we were so close, wasn't it?
Yeah. Just a kick away.
Yeah, just a kick away.
Before when Ghana won the penalty, there was I'm sure there was a lot of noise.
Yeah.
Did the voice, did anything drop when he missed?
It was dead silent. Like everybody was like, hands on head movements. It's something I hope we never have to go through as a country to get so close and lose in that manner. It was cruel.
Charlie.
It was heartbreak of the highest level. But I also think perhaps the best World Cup I have covered, that particular World Cup.
2010.
The 2010. I think as a spectacle, this one was better. The football here was better because, of course, the game has grown. It's been a while. But in terms of just the pure organic feeling of what football could be, the 2010 World Cup, the color, the noise, it was just a whole different ballgame.
Dope.
It was top. It was top.
This year we had 48 teams.
Yes.
Did I correctly hear Mr. Infantino says he wants to push it to 64?
They should just let the whole world play at this point. And then we know what to do.
I love it though. As a non-professional, as a fan, I think the more the teams, the better.
Yeah,
there'll be no third place thing.
Teams qualify. Top to go. But I just think it will also be, what happens is it's going to become increasingly more difficult to host the World Cup. It's going to become more expensive for the host. They're speaking of spreading it. I think we are not going to go back to the era of a single host for a while. Saudi Arabia have it. They have the capacity. But after that, we are going to see a lot more of situations like this. We have Spain, Morocco also coming up in a bit. We're going to see a lot more because if they want to increase the numbers, where are the players staying, where are the fans staying, you need a certain kind of capacity to be able to do this.
So the next one is going to be Spain, Morocco, and
Portugal. Yes.
And I'm also hearing something about maybe we'll have one group game in South America.
Yes, that's because it's the centenary. Yeah, so they're going to play, I think, an opening game there or something.
It's not getting more complex now. We
exactly,
yes, now. What's happening, man?
So imagine if Ghana gets drawn
in Uruguay.
Against Uruguay.
We're going to be Suarez for the first time, face to face. He said, where's Suarez? Always.
Yeah. And your group is based in Montevideo. I mean, it's crazy. But the thing is, it's become more valuable, hasn't it?
It has.
Billions of dollars at stake. And I think FIFA is finding ways to maximize its profits. FIFA's answer to the FIFA is becoming greedy equation as well. The needs of our member countries are becoming more. We need to give them more money. And so they justify some of these things that we see.
What do you, the people covering the World Cup, see that we watching it on television or in front of our tabs don't see?
A lot.
Give us a fly on the wall perspective.
So what you don't see, what you don't see is just that struggle for the fans to be there. I was at the Argentina-England game. There were close to 40,000 people outside looking to get inside, all willing to spend in excess of $5,000 to buy a ticket.
Cash.
He'll open his bag and show you.
Let me in.
Let me in. You see, let me in.
Or was the stadium already full?
The stadium is full. The tickets are there. Then there's the parties. Let's take some Ghana threw some of the best parties at the World Cup.
Yeah, but why we no go far?
No be the team, it be the supporters.
Why want 2 days? The supporters they chill.
Yeah. I think the atmosphere in Philadelphia was incredible. Where after the game, the supporters went to the parking lot. They were playing Ghana music. They were there for hours. The game against England, I was in Worcester. I left the stadium. The game was in Boston. Worcester is about 35 minutes away. Went to Worcester. There's a place called Anochikrum. And Worcester is...
Anochikrum?
Yes.
In Yankee?
Yeah. And Worcester is interesting because Worcester is home to the largest legal Ghanaian community in the US.
Which state is this?
This is New England.
New England, okay.
Yes. So there are 41,000 registered Ghanaians who live in the town of Worcester.
No wonder it's called Anochikrum, man.
Anochikrum is a restaurant. And the parking lot of Anochikrum was like Independence Square after the Ghana versus England game. Full of people had come in buses from different states just to come and chill. You had a lot. You have Kwabna coming through. You had all these personalities.
Ghana there.
They sell fufu, banku, everything.
What beer?
Everything they there. I had some very good banku. And the thing I was telling, I only wanted to say about what we don't see is, Charlie, if you don't find Ghana food, you go home.
For real?
Charlie, I tell you.
Young people know the beer.
You know the be and the cost. So it gets to a point you are calculating.
How much be a bowl of
fufu?
How much be a bowl of fufu?
So if you buy the bowl of fufu with the meat and everything, you are looking at maybe $13, $14.
People they multiply by 12. That's they watch right now. I just say they multiply.
Yeah, by 12. Some people can do $17. But if you go to the stadium and say you eat at the stadium, you are buying a hot dog and a drink and maybe some small chicken and fries for 53.
No, please give me my fufu.
So give me the fufu. So what I used to do was
3 meals, man.
I will go and hammer the banku for the day, and then I will head to
foundation.
Then I'll head to the stadium and just drink water. So those are some of the things that we experience that the general fan might not see. Also, the things that fans don't see is just the emotions the players go through. You know, on the pitch, they are different. But when they enter the mid zone, the tunnels, a win, you get to see how players respond to a win. You get to see how players get to respond.
What's some of the most interesting celebrations you've seen when they've won?
When they've won, they come through with their speed. The Ghana-England game, we didn't win.
Yes, but it felt like a win, man.
It felt like a win. And when the players were coming through, they were, look, it took, when the team wins or play a good game, it takes about 2 hours for them to leave the dressing room and come and pass. But if they lose, within 20, 30 minutes, everybody's coming. They don't talk to you. Headphones on, like everybody's down. The England game, after the England game, England didn't want to talk to us. Everybody had their head down, passing. But the Ghana boys, Fatah could come and pass with his own speakers. He's dancing, doing his own thing. And you get to experience a different side of these boys. You know, the other side people don't see is just how your average football fan appreciates some of these boys, you know, because when the team was based in Rhode Island, which was its home base for close to 3 weeks of this tournament, you had a lot of regular Ghanaian Joes show up. The boys will show up in the streets, okay, you know, interact with them, bring their kids because they want their kids to see these people. Their kids might not even know who the footballers are, but it was a chance to connect. And it's something that we tend to miss about. We tend to see tournaments as just what happens on the pitch. But that chance to connect for those who don't get the chance, I think is really important.
I see it with the ball boys. I saw the one ball boy who was holding Messi's hand.
And he's just staring at him.
He was just in heaven, man. Yeah. Big smile.
You never forget something like that, do you? You absolutely never forget something like this. There was a Ghanaian doctor who, the Ghana-Colombia game, was chosen to carry the Ghana flag onto the pitch by FIFA. And he spoke after the game, and for somebody who, he's not a kid, medical doctor, but the mix of emotions that went through this young man, you know, getting such, holding the flag of your country.
Man, it's an honor.
Like, it's something that he would never forget, you know, and it's incredible. It's incredible. And for every journalist, I say, look, if you get the opportunity and you can afford it, cover a World Cup. It's not just football, it's life.
Says the man who has been there 3 times. So now let's segue into the African performance, because for the first time, 10 teams from the continent made it, and 9 out of them got out of the group.
Yeah.
How significant was that?
It was important because it showed that we could compete. It showed that given the right environment, and that is what Africa had always said, give us more chances and we will show you that we can compete. We didn't progress as much as we thought we would in terms of the win percentages.
Yeah.
But which African team would you say disgraced itself? Not necessarily. In fact, there was...
Tunisia didn't do that well.
Yes, but that was expected.
Oh,
yes, I had predicted that Tunisia would be the first African country to go out.
Oh, how?
Everybody had said Ghana. I said Tunisia.
Oh, why?
Because Tunisia have always been like that. The style of football they play and how they build their squads, they will never do well at a World Cup until it changes. It's a very, let's bring a lot of home-based players. The style of football is very acerbic. It's...
acerbic?
Yes.
Like lemon?
Yes.
Bitter.
It's very bitter, I'm telling you. It's painful to watch Tunisia attempt to play football at that level. Something needs to change. Their football...
How did they qualify to the World Cup, though? Who did they beat?
They are a very difficult team to break down.
Okay.
They are very organized.
Or maybe their home advantage is
exactly.
Really good.
But apart from that, they don't do anything else well. And to do well at this level, you need a certain mix of consistency and talent. They haven't had good talent in a while. And those were some of the problems that they had. But overall, I was very proud of what Cabo Verde did. Those of us, again, from the continent were not surprised that Cabo Verde had a team. Look, Kafui, the thing is this.
They've dealt with us before.
They'll keep dealing with us. But we'll see how they also handle the transition. But when you have a group of individuals who have been together under the same person for 6 or 7 years, no matter how much talent they lack, they become good at a lot of things. They understand each other. They are organized. And that was the Cabo Verde we saw. And then add that a little bravery to that.
They were brave.
And they were braver than we were.
They had no fear in the Argentina game. No fear.
And it's a powerful mix. And we showed emotion. if you see Egypt are normally not a very emotionally evocative team. They are very bland, Yeah. But in this World Cup, we saw Ibrahim Hassan, the coach, and his brother Hussam Hassan. We saw Mo Salah and all these. Look, this meant something. The DRC, it meant something to them, even with all their diasporan boys. This World Cup meant something to a lot of the African teams who showed up, and they played like it. And I want us to see a lot more of that.
Let's go to the round of 32, because from there onward, things turned brutal.
Yeah.
7 out of the 9 African teams lost, and most of them were last-minute goals. Let me just run something by you.
Run them by me.
Canada beat South Africa with a 92nd minute goal.
Yes.
Norway beat Ivory Coast with an 86th minute goal.
Yeah.
England beat DR Congo with an 85th minute goal. Belgium beat Senegal in extra time. Argentina beat Cape Verde in extra time. 3-2, pushed them to that level. Only Morocco and Egypt advanced past round of 32.
Yes.
Both via penalty shootout.
Yes.
So things were beginning to turn south.
Yes.
Do you agree?
But I not necessarily agree that it was turning south. I just think in the end, we got to the point where those who had more quality than the African team started showcasing, which is why I say the group will work to a point, but the individual quality will see it through. If you take the Senegal game against Norway, boot for boot, it was Haaland deciding that game.
But why they relax?
The best number 9 in the world.
But why they relax?
The best number 9 in the world.
Senegal were 2-0 up.
Yes. The best number 9 in the world. So, in the end, you look at it and I say where we need to catch up is the coaching. It's not the players. It's the coaching. A lot of the decisions that cost African teams were coaching problems. Everybody was talking about the African mentality. I don't buy the African mentality problem. Kafui. It doesn't exist for me.
I was reading analysis were saying that the Africans come out of the blocks really, really strong, and then by 80th minute they ran out of steam. And
it's not about running out of steam. It's the European game understanding that you coach every minute of every game. And a lot of the African teams showing up with coaches who somehow do not do that. I think that this Senegal team with a better qualified coach, a better qualified coach, goes all the way to the semi-final. This was a very good Senegal team. But you had a coach who was caught in a web of being loyal to his old guards. This was like a farewell party for Kalidou Koulibaly, Sadio Mane. When you had some of the best young footballers in the world sitting on your bench, doing what? That is a coaching problem. If you look at Cote d'Ivoire, MS5 was caught out as a rookie coach at a World Cup because he had a team that should have done much better.
Was he the one who took over at the AFCON?
At the AFCON, yes. MS5 should have done much better than they did. That was a coaching problem. That wasn't mental for me. The Moroccan team did well because they have a very good coach. Mohamed Wabi is the holder of the U20 title now in the world. He won the U20 World Cup. He's a very good coach. Ibrahim Hassan and Hussam Hassan coached bravely as well. You can't blame them for how they went out. So I think that is the part of our game we need to improve. It's not a mentality thing. It's a coaching thing. If we start spending the money on coaches who know how to navigate these tournaments properly with some of the squads that we have, we should be seeing 3 or 4 African teams in the quarterfinals more consistent. And that is the point we need to get to.
The match-aligned hydration breaks, were they opportunities for coaches to coach?
Yes, they were.
They were.
Yeah,
because it's almost as if the games were now split into quarters like a basketball game. So you're playing 4 mini games.
Yeah. We all hated it when it started because we obviously knew why. They needed Fox to make their money.
Serious millions were
they made silly.
They were all sponsored. All the hydration breaks were sponsored.
So initially, it started with the whole screen being taken over by the commercial break, so the game goes off. Then by the second or third game, there was a game where there was an overrun. So the game had returned and they were still on commercial.
They were still doing commercial breaks.
They were still doing commercials. So it became a problem. So what they started doing then was the in-screen playing of the ad whilst the hydration break was ongoing to keep that balance. And that is what we saw. The coaches were against it at the start, but I think by the time we got to the knockout stages, the coaches were a bit calm about it, but it allowed them to also reset. The players hated it because it changes momentum.
Yeah, because you're building and
building up, and then you have to go and start all over.
And it wasn't consistent. Sometimes at 22, sometimes at 25.
Yes, somewhere in between. But by the time we reach the final, I think most of the coaches have gotten over it. I don't think it returns at the next World Cup, though, because again, this was a very American concept.
208 commercial hydration breaks.
Yes.
Throughout the World Cup.
All 208.
Yes, 104 times 2.
They're playing 3 adverts in each, so you can calculate.
Fox, man.
Yeah, Fox just made their money.
Wow.
I can't wait to see the numbers after this for Fox, but I'm just looking at the hydration breaks alone. I think they might even just break even from the hydration break ads alone.
Straight up. So 9 teams into the knockouts, but only 2 surviving beyond round of 32. What does that say? Is African football arriving, or are we still hitting the same ceiling?
I think it's on the up.
A lot of them were third place.
Yeah.
Nobody won their group.
Yeah. But the thing is, you have a lot of things that disadvantage African teams. But the global nature of the game is what is helping us to push up. So let's do this. If you look at the Senegal team, for instance, 70% would have grown up in France. Mm-hmm. Right now, the team that they have would have grown up in France or matured in France. That means Europe. DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, sent a 26-man team, 20 of whom were born in Europe. That's the DRC. Morocco is on a naturalizing spree. If you are born in, wherever, they'll find you. And they are not even chasing the bottom-ranked style of players. They are chasing the elite of the elite.
You just need to have a grandparent.
Yes, they will chase you. You could be playing at Barcelona as their star player. If you have a Moroccan parent, they'll go head-to-head with the Spanish national team for you, because they can offer you whatever the Spanish national team wants to offer you.
Is that the way it's money? Is that the way it's going to be? I was reading about Cape Verde, where one of the guys had an email inviting him to the World Cup. He didn't even know that there was an email there. And they say, hey, my brother, we're inviting you to check your mail.
Pico Lopez, the centre back, the number 4. He's Irish.
Yeah, exactly.
He's Irish. And we're going to see a lot more of that. Ghana. Why? Yes, but look at the Ghana team we sent. We've brought in Jerome Opoku. We've brought in Brandon Thomas Asante. We've brought in Derek Lucas. We've brought in Marvin Senaya. Antoine Semenyo wasn't born in Ghana as well. We are going to add more of those. A lot of the African countries are doing so. Nigeria, to take the national team, are looking to bring a lot more of the UK-born Nigerians to augment the teams. So what that happens is the quality generally goes up because the training is better. And so over time, we are going to just get better and better. But the thing is, it's not like the other countries are waiting for us, are they? They're also getting better. So something needs to add up in the middle. And that is where we need to figure it out as a continent. A certain uniqueness that every country brings in terms of its own domestic game. And that is where our problem is. The diasporan profiles are diasporan profiles. They are products of a system that needs a certain player. So they create a certain player. What are we producing to augment that?
Will that not negatively impact we admire the Spanish style because it's playing a certain way. When we have all people from all over Europe and coming to add maybe to 1 or 2 Ghanaians, where will be our identity?
Which is where the problem is. So I'm saying that we need to build a base for it ourselves. Because every time we are saying, oh, we don't have strikers, who should produce the strikers for you? You have to produce the strikers here. Because maybe there was a time where Egypt didn't have goalkeepers and Algeria didn't have goalkeepers. They simply made a rule. We are not registering foreign goalkeepers for the next 10 years. Until we find a goalkeeper good enough to be number 1 and number 2 and number 3.
So get drastic.
Get drastic with some of these things. Some people might think, oh, these things, it doesn't work. But what happens is there's a ripple effect from these things. Teams get moving. Systems get working on some of these things. And those are the lessons that we can pick up from it.
Let's talk Ghana now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is our 5th World Cup appearance?
Yeah.
2010, 2014.
2006.
Oh, 6 first, yes. So this is our 5th appearance.
Yes.
Were we looking for redemption after missing out on AFCON 2025?
Definitely was. And it did look like there wasn't a lot of hope going in. The team hasn't been good for the past 2.5 years.
We sacked our coach.
Yeah, we sacked our coach pretty late, if you ask me.
Were you up with that decision?
I don't think he should have been coached in the first place.
Okay.
He was out of his depth. I respect him as a person, but he was underqualified for the job that he was given. I do not know why the Ghana Football Association had reposed so much faith in him, but we paid the price for it for 2.5 years. We did not have a team. We did not have a semblance of who our best players were. I'll give you a typical example. Every partnership that played at this World Cup for Ghana, although called up into the national team over the past 3 years, had not played 10 games together. Why? In lifetime. We played a World Cup where Derek Lucasen played for the first time with Jerome Opoku. Jonas Ajete played for the first time with Jerome Opoku.
These are defenders.
Defenders. Marvin Senaya played for the first time with Gideon Mensah and everybody else. Thomas Partey played with Kwesi Zibo. They have not played 8 times together. We had Caleb Irinchi, who had been playing at right back, playing with Partey. They had not played 5 games together as a midfield player.
Midfield tools.
So you had individuals who had been called up to the national team over a 3-year period, but we had no team. And that is why we didn't qualify for the AFCON. That is why going into this World Cup, everybody was like, we're not going to do well. We're going to come back home pretty quickly.
How did you feel about the Kyrgios appointment?
I knew about it pretty early. And my thinking around it was a do not get embarrassed appointment. Why? For 43 years, he has been one of the most defensively sound coaches in the world. What is Ghana's biggest problem? We concede like nobody's business. And the Ghana Football Association and the government perhaps felt that going into this World Cup, looking at the group we're in, particularly eyeing Croatia, eyeing England, they were like, these 2 teams potentially could spell Ghana. So why not put in somebody who is willing to take a short-term contract, but somebody whose real gift is in minimizing damage? And I think that was the thinking behind the Carlos Queiroz appointment. Do not go and get embarrassed. And I think that's what he did.
The whole issue with Thomas Partey and Canada not allowing him to enter. You had a ringside view of all this.
In court. So
when did you know something like this was going to happen? What was the first time you had an inkling that, hey, they're not going to make one of mine enter the country?
2 days before.
2 days before the game.
2 days before. The FA knew. It didn't catch them by surprise. It just was kept very quiet. But the thinking was, we'll try and work around this and see what happens. And it was pretty disappointing how it played out. When I was listening to the hearing and the case that was made, I asked myself, why did we not get ahead of this situation? Because it looked pretty much like we were chasing rather than being proactive. And so by the time the arguments were done, even before the judge came, I was chatting with a Canadian lawyer friend of mine, lawyer Dazi, and we're like, nah, Partey's not entering. This appeal will not wash.
What were their arguments, the Canadians?
So Canada's argument was, you're filling a form. The form says, do you have A, B, C, D charge against you? On Partey's form, he did not answer that question in the affirmative.
If he had said yes,
there's a different way to go about this. But he did not. So he lied. That is the basic premise of the case. In filling the form. And at the bottom of the form, you've traveled several times, they tell you that
the statements, so.
Now in court, Partey's lawyer or the GFA's lawyer says, the judge asked, Judge Lafreniere asked, did he fill the form? He said, no, somebody filled it for him. Did he sign the form? Yes, he signed the form. Then if he signed the form, it is his form.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say somebody filled it for him. So that is where we ask ourselves, so in filling the form, did we know that perhaps we should have filled his form differently? Because the process around filling national team players and the delegation form is done in bulk.
Oh, okay.
So it's not done individually. So perhaps it should have been somebody's job to know that, Partey's form has to be dealt with differently.
So put it aside.
Put it aside.
Probably get a lawyer.
Get a lawyer to look at it and say, okay, this is a very unique scenario, so let's look at it. But I think it was pretty obvious from the court hearings that it had been filled as part of the general group, so the information was the same. for everybody. And that is where the problem was. On the matter of exceptional circumstance, the judge's point was everybody has exceptional circumstance. What makes his special? The Ghana case was, well, he has to play at the World Cup.
Who was our lawyer?
He had a Canadian lawyer, okay. a lady, and another Canadian Indian guy.
So this was Partey being represented by himself or GFA representing him?
This was the Thomas Partey being represented.
Okay,
yes.
So he's lawyer.
Yes, because the case was Partey versus Thomas Partey versus was Partey. Yeah, and the circumstances around it was, okay, the judge's response to that was he played at the last World Cup Ghana appeared in. So you cannot make the case for irreparable damage because he experienced World Cup before. So why should I make an exception for somebody who has played at the World Cup before? This is not his first World Cup. So if he doesn't play, what does he lose? The case was made for irreparable damage. The judge said, well, if the case happens in the UK and is found not guilty, Canada still allows him to enter. So where's the irreparable damage? That has been done. So at every point of the case, it looked like we're stuck. And so by the time the verdict came the following day, we just knew it wasn't going to work.
How did it affect the mood of the playing body?
It was pretty bad. I was back at the hotel the following day. Players were quiet. But Thomas Partey himself, that looked pretty okay. I think he had also expected it. He looked very calm.
I saw pictures of him having like maybe playing with some kids.
Yeah, he was himself.
Okay, so
he was. That was after. That was
yes,
much later.
After, okay.
Yes. That was a community service day.
Yes.
At Branch University, organized by FIFA. But he was himself. It didn't look to bother him too much when the team was leaving him. I think they left other members of the team with him. And they focused on, I think they got the results that they needed to get without him. I think the deeper consideration was if Ghana had overcome the Colombia equation and had to go to Vancouver, what was going to happen? Because then you would have to go through the whole process again. But we didn't get there, so yeah.
I remember the press conference after the Colombia game where a journalist, I think a female journalist, tried to ask the coach what the impact of the Partey
incident was.
And he said, you watched the game. He kind of just cut her off.
Yes. Because it did look like there was a bit of a deliberate attempt to use it to get into his mind, particularly from the British press. And wanted to make an issue out of it every time they had an opportunity. And so the Ghana media team also made it a point to say, look, we're not answering any questions on this. And if you bring it up, we will just not answer it.
Was it true that the British players did not want to shake his hands initially? Because that's what we had here.
Yeah, there were reports about that from our British colleagues that there was a conversation, but in the end, it was a decision that was left to the players to make, the British players to make. And they said they don't mind, they will do that. But in the end, I think Jet Spence
did not shake his hand.
Did not shake his hand. The rest all went ahead and shook his hand. Because I also think at a point the British press realized and the British players also realized that the matter was becoming one that was overshadowing, what actually needed to be done, and they just needed to get rid of it.
Why did the England-Ghana game feel like a victory? It was a draw, man.
It was a draw.
Nobody scored.
But it was tactical perfection.
1 point.
It was tactical perfection. It was tactical perfection from...
You watched that game?
I watched the game.
What was your feeling before the game started?
I had said on any platform that would have me that Ghana was not going to lose that game. There was no way Ghana was going to lose that game. I'll tell you why. The emotional weight of what Ghana wanted to do was such that talking to the players, they were not weighed down by it. When I was in the lobby when Babaraman came to pass and I asked him about like the game, I was like, it's another game. And you got that vibe from every player you spoke to prior to the game. There was no tension. Normally, if the players are tense, you would know. There's a lot of quiet, chat, group talk in corners. This wasn't it. They looked very upbeat. They were like, it was the game they were worked up for because it's the kind of game you used to prove a point. A lot of them had points to prove. Partey had just left Arsenal. He had a point to prove. Antoine Semenyo plays for Manchester City. He had a point to prove. Brandon Thomas Asante plays in England. He had a point to prove. A lot of the boys had a point to prove. Coupled with a coach who understood the English game to a T.
He was Sir Alex Ferguson's first time.
Yes,
for a long time.
to a T, and set out his team in a way that meant England, every move that England made, Ghana had a response to.
When I listen to the formations, I get confused. Break it down for me. So what formation did Ghana play that game?
Basically, Ghana went a 4-5-1.
Which means 4 defenders.
Four at the back, 5 in the middle, and then
one top.
a lone striker.
Mr.
Ayub, but even with that, he had to drop in to do defensive duties. So at most points, the objective of the game was basically to restrict central spaces to England. Always make sure that there is a man on Harry Kane and limit crosses as much as possible. You cannot limit crosses completely, but limit it as much as possible and try and catch a break. So after the game, I was in the mixed zone and I asked Kwesi Zibo, what was the message in the first? No, Gideon Mensah. I asked Gideon Mensah, what was the message in the first half from the coach? Coach said, don't concede. What's the message in the second half? Coach said, go and win the game. So if you watch the game, the second half, Ghana came up pretty strong. The first 12 minutes of the second half, you could see that something had changed a bit in the dynamic of what Ghana was trying to do.
So we wanted to win the game in the second half.
If the referee had done his job correctly,
who would have won the game?
Would have won that game. And it would have been the perfect hit and run performance. It would have been the hit and run performance of the World Cup. You absorb
for 1 hour, for one half,
and then just start taking a bit more responsibility with the ball, taking a few more risks with the ball. I think in the end, Presco Abnedu's inexperience cost us a bit in terms of what he needed to do. He should have rolled on the ground forever until the referee whistled the ball. What would have happened then is a VAR check.
Yes.
Which allowed the game to... He stood up and the game flowed.
No.
So
game sense. So you need
to have those. It's the little things.
We feel it when we are at home that this person lies down, then he looks to see where the referee is looking.
Exactly.
And then he stays there. Man, what are you doing?
Because he's forcing the referee to make a decision. As soon as the referee whistles, the VAR has to take a look at the situation. What is happening? What happened? Why is he on the ground? But if you get up, okay, you are fine. So let's go. But it was an incredible performance to watch, just in its efficiency. It was good to watch.
The Croatia game, so we're on the street for we the fans, was that we lost that one so that we don't have to go back to Canada.
Yeah.
We were expecting a certain result and we're trying to avoid Portugal and it didn't quite go out the way, well, I don't know. What?
Same word on the street, but I had said that it was the game we would lose. It was the game that worried me because Croatia are boring. Ghana don't do well with boring teams. When I say boring, it means teams that do the fundamentals well. Croatia won't excite you. They are not quick. They are not overly skillful. But what they are is perhaps one of the best tactical teams around. And we saw those problems being posed all over the pitch for us. Secondly, Carlos Queiroz changed what he normally does. It was the one game where for 25 minutes, Ghana was on the ball. Ghana is never on the ball.
Why did he change?
Because it looked like a game that he could win. So they scored, we equalized. That is how we equalized, because Ghana started getting on the ball. Ghana started creating openings.
Should he have done an England on them?
That is what would have made sense, because that would have been true to his form. But he decided to play football at that time. And it cost us, one would say. In his post-match comments, he said, we should not have conceded that goal. It was loose marking at the back. But the manner in which that goal came about was born out of the fact that he had decided that, look, go out there and get a win. And it changed the entire dynamic of how he normally sets up his team.
But we know ball because we still qualify.
And the party after that game, you would think we had won the game. And that was the thing, a lot of the fans
partying after the defeats.
Yeah, because we didn't have to go to Canada. We didn't have to, and
then miss out party again.
So if you spoke to a lot of Ghanaians who were dancing and eating their meat pie and sobolo in the parking lot and chilling, they were like, we don't have to go to Canada. That's it. Party stays, because we all knew just how important party was to what we were trying to achieve.
Did he make an impact on the team?
Yes.
The 2 games that he played.
Party is incredible. I was just telling my good friend Michael Otieji and a couple others at that time that replacing him is a problem. Somebody was like, oh, but people can be replaced. In our setup, his profile of player is something we have struggled with. When he's not there, we are unable to play. So eventually somebody might come and fit, but Partey, when he's around, makes things easier. for us. And in the two games that Partey played, in the games that Partey played for us, against Colombia, the first 30 seconds, he almost scored. Look at that shot. You know, he's genuinely an elite level footballer, one of the few that we have in our team.
Why are we unable to beat South American competition? Brazil 2006,
just 3-0.
Uruguay 2010, nah. And now 2022, Uruguay,
Colombia in 2026.
Yes.
The Colombia game, I also.
And we've played Uruguay twice.
Yes.
2010.
Yeah.
2022.
Yeah. And then this one.
Yes.
This particular one was a good opportunity. Colombia is a very good team.
Yeah.
But I think if we had showed a bit more bravery, this Colombia game would not have been as one-sided as it was, because it was very one-sided. And I guess that is where a lot of the disappointment from Ghanaians came from, the fact that you've come this far. It's okay to play that way in the group stages because you're trying to achieve an objective. But in the knockout stages, there's no second chance for you. So what are you holding back for?
Every game is a final.
Yeah, what are you holding back for? And that was a disappointment. It looked like for 85 minutes, Ghana was just content to hold on and be battered. And I felt the team was much better than that. At that point, it also looked like the coach had decided that he was going to work with a very small group of players, because all the changes were consistent with what he had done. So he goes from this player to that player, this player to that player. So a lot of players that we thought could improve what we were offering that day, Augustin Boache, maybe bring on Brandon again, maybe a couple of other options to help change what we were used to. Those didn't happen. But I don't blame the coach too much for that, because this was a man who was basically learning about his players in the middle of a World Cup.
Yeah.
He didn't know who to trust. So my guess is he worked with those he felt he could trust at that point.
Is that the game where he brought back Atizigi?
Yes.
Who left after one half of the first game?
Yes.
And then Benjamin Sari plays one.
But Atizigi was very good. I let me say this about that Atizigi Benjamin Asari thing. I think it's a horrible thing the Ghanaian football fan has done. We've created a faction where there is none. We actually have two competent goalkeepers, but we spend time debating who is worse and why one should be out and one should be in. I understand that Atizigi hasn't been the best goalkeeper for Ghana over the years, but the point is, at least for now, he looks competent. The other Benjamin Asari also looks competent. So stick with them. But we've created factions. There's a whole social media war. The entire World Cup, it was basically Atizigi Benjamin Asari every time on Twitter.
You have two good goalkeepers.
Yes, you have two good goalkeepers. I think any national team will be happy to have two good goalkeepers, but we were pretty much just interested in tearing one down for the other. I found that was one of the more distasteful parts of this particular World Cup for me.
John, you is receiving too much, for me, I don't know, I think it's unnecessary flack. Did he really underperform? Or is it the way the coaches deploy him, the coach deploys him, that we don't really get the best out of him?
There is that, but he didn't really play well too. The way the coach deploys you doesn't mean that you can't make adjustments around the way the coach has deployed you. Look, I watched one of the games with a former Black Stars player, very recent, who played at a World Cup as well. He was beside me. And he was telling me, look, some of the times Jordan should just let the ball go. There were opportunities where he could have played teammates in, the opportunities where he could have driven forward. But the objective always seemed to be slow turn, look for a foul. And after a point, it gets exasperating, because sometimes there are clear opportunities for the team to make progress. And it doesn't also help that whether he will accept it or not, he's always been a player who has relied on his physical gifts. He's a very physical player. He's able to absorb punishment. You're 34 years old. You can't absorb that kind of punishment all the time. You can't run as fast as you used to. You make the necessary adjustments. So in the end, I also blame the coach for putting him in those situations, because then everybody will say, oh, look at him.
What would be his optimal deployment?
Let him come on as a sub. 10 minutes, 15 minutes to the game, you have a lead you want to protect. Cool. Jordan will hold on to that ball for 15 minutes. Nobody will touch the ball. That is a good use of his current skill set.
We can't have our captain coming on as a sub.
Why not? There are teams that have done that.
So consistently, the captain comes on as a sub.
That is a good use of veteran players. Canada had Alphonso Davies on the bench. He's the best player by a mile.
Was he their captain though?
He's the captain of the national team. He's the captain of the national team, but he was on the bench because he wasn't fit. If Alphonso Davies was Ghanaian, would have forced him to start. They'll tell you that you cannot
be a captain
be a captain on the bench. But I think you can lead in different ways. But again, he doesn't pick himself, does he? The coach picks him. So if the coach picks him and decides that this is what he can do for me, what else can you do? But I also think the coach overexposed him to some of those situations. He could have brought in other players to help.
How much did we miss Mohamed Kudus?
I mean, Kudus will always be a big miss. Kudus will always be a big miss. The thing that I miss the most about Kudus is his arrogance on the ball. Not arrogance as in
it's like, but I have the right.
Kudus doesn't fear football. Kudus will grasp games by the scruff of their neck and decide the game. Because everybody else, the coach will say, we are doing this. Kudus will say, yeah, it's not working. Mm-hmm. And decide the game. You can punish him later in the dressing room. But he would have decided the game. That is what we missed. We missed the Maverick. Semenyo is perhaps our most informed player. Elite level player.
Did he underperform?
Yeah, he did not play well. But he did not play well because he was also a victim of what the coach was trying to do on the field. So he did not get the ball in the areas where he's the most effective. Basically had to pick the ball up from deep, basically run against 3 players by himself. Against good opposition, you can't do that all the time. And it meant end product was he was tired most of the time. He was frustrated most of the time. It didn't help him. He didn't play well. But I think that was also as much a function of what the coach was trying to do as him just not having a good tournament. You can't blame the coach's tactics for a poor first touch. A lot of his touches were heavy in the course of games. I think you look at it as a learning curve, but I think we did miss Kudus. But you can also talk about the ones who are not there. So
yeah, I'm just thinking because I'm confused. One day I hear the coach has written a love letter to the team and he's gone. The next day I hear the coach is still around. What is the definitive position as we record this on the 25th of July, 2026? Do we have a coach in the name of Carlos Queiroz?
Yes, you do, because he has a contract until August, the end of August.
It's a 4-month contract.
Yes, so he's, legally speaking, he's the current head coach of the Ghana national team. I think the misinterpretation came from the fact that the letter looked like he was saying goodbye, when according to him, the letter was to say the journey of the World Cup had ended and not his journey was...
Why not tell him for the dressing room inside?
Why go right for Facebook?
Why not tell him for this?
So he left it open to interpretation, and everybody interpreted it the way they wanted to. So then now you are chasing the news and explaining to people. But I'm not.
Is it their agents that make them do some of these things?
I don't know. Because he's very media trained.
Yeah.
You can't be Real Madrid coach and Manchester.
Yeah, he handles media quite well.
So it was a bit strange.
So he's our coach still.
He's the coach of the national team, and it looks like he might continue beyond August because the president is very interested in keeping him.
Which is the president? The football or Ghana?
Both of them. The Ghana one and then
the football one.
The football one are all very interested in keeping him. The sports minister is obviously very satisfied with him. I don't know what the players think though, because to a point you might also need to ask what the players think. Because he has to come and work with them. Mm-hmm. But it does look like there is some consensus that at least till the AFCON is done, he should stay.
We'll talk a little bit about football administration, but I want to wrap up with Ghana at the World Cup. So I'm reading that we finally, in our standings, after the 48 teams, we were 24th, right in the middle. This is our best World Cup finish since 2010, I guess?
Yes.
We're ahead of Ecuador, South Africa, Sweden, Austria, Algeria, Senegal. Should we be happy?
I think based on what the expectation was, everybody forgot what the expectation was once we qualified against Colombia, which is why there was so much outrage when we lost the game and all the calls that came for sack this one.
We just wanted to get out of the group. That was our target.
No.
Was that it?
Our target was to not get embarrassed. That's what I'm saying. That in the build up to the World Cup, nobody would have said we had lost to Austria heavily. We had lost to Germany.
So our target was not to get embarrassed.
Everybody was, this is not a good Black Stars. And it was a legitimate expectation that this was not a good Black Stars team.
So made them no go disgrace you.
Made them no go disgrace you. Made them go play some, you are not interested like that.
I'll speak as a fan.
Uh-huh.
This was a calculation that most fans were saying. Okay, we'll beat Colombia. We'll draw with England. And if we lose with Croatia, we are going to go.
So you win Panama, we'll beat Panama.
We beat Panama. We will draw with England. And then if we lose to Croatia, we'll qualify.
Was that
the calculation?
That was the calculation. It was a very
with the calculations.
So everybody was like, oh, some way, you know,
then we didn't aim high enough, Godfred.
Yeah, because of the team we had, Kafui. And you had a coach who was coming in 21 days to the World Cup with the team whose confidence was broken. And it was important that Carlos Queiroz and his assistant mentioned this. And it was something I picked up later on, that the biggest problem they had with the team when they took, the biggest challenge was not tactical, it was confidence.
It's obvious.
Yeah. Then the players did not have confidence. Their confidence had been broken. So they had to spend a lot of time just rebuilding the confidence of the boys before they can even get to coaching tactics.
What broke their confidence?
Because in the past 2.5 years, the team has lost 70% of the games it has played. This Black Stars team has not won a lot of football games. And it gets to the point where it wears, now no matter how good you are, it wears you down. Because you were there just saying like, we're going to lose again. We're going. So you even have players who bad luck. Yeah, who don't want to show up. Or it's like, if you go, we'll lose. If you go, we'll lose. So you have to work on changing that mindset. And to a point it worked, but we got found out eventually. Because once the confidence wears out, once the defensive shape wears out, what else do you have? We didn't have much. So we now have to build. We didn't have much.
Caleb Yirenchi, how special is he?
He's good. He's very good. I won't use the word special for him yet, but he's on the brink. If you look at the World Cup, I don't think people were excited. I don't think the World Cup showed just how good he is.
Even though he scored the Panama last minute.
Yeah. The World Cup didn't show how good. If you watch him at club football, you will marvel at some of the things he's able to do. And he should build. I hope they make the right decisions for him. Most of the time, the growth depends on the right decisions. Michael Essien, Suleiman Tari, all the ones who did well, right decisions were made for them by the people who handled their affairs. They moved to the right clubs at the right time. You know,
where is he based now?
He's at Nordsjælland.
In Denmark?
In Denmark.
Where did he come out of? Right to
Dream. He's a Right to Dream product.
In Ghana.
In Ghana. So I remember, I'll tell you a story. So I first saw Caleb 3 years ago. I took my kids to go and play a game against him, his team. He was captain of the Right to Dream 18. They were coached by former Liverpool player Jimmy Traore.
Okay.
In Aprede. So we were playing a game. I didn't know who he was, but this kid was just killing us in the middle. But what brought my attention to him is halfway through the game, we just hear Jimmy Traore shout on the bench, Caleb! Turn and look behind you. See the space behind you. And so we were on the bench. We just turned, and actually the coach was right. Because he was enjoying the game so much, he kept leaving huge swaths of space behind him.
So the ball goes over.
So the ball goes over him, but we're not good enough to put the ball behind him. But it was the first time I actually heard his name. And so when watching him now, I'm like, ooh, that kid has come far. But if he makes the right decision this summer or not, I think we are on the brink of something special. Michael Essien thinks he is him regen, but I'll wait to see it.
We'll wait to see. Let's talk football administration now. Let's talk GFA. I want you to just unravel the relationship. I don't know whether you know Tony Asari. He writes often on sports and other issues. He says, listen, GFA is a bit like GMA. These are associations. Government, you can't touch what's going on inside an association.
Yeah.
If GFA is like Ghana Medical Association, why is the government always involved with GFA?
Because of the part of the GFA that deals with international football. International football is played by countries. Now,
who owns the Black Stars?
The government. That much has been established by the Welfare Commission.
So Black Stars owns
the government owns all the national teams.
But who runs the Black Stars?
The Black Stars is run on behalf of the government of Ghana
By
by the Ghana Football Association.
who pays the GFA?
The GFA is not paid. Here's a mistake a lot of people make. Let me clear something up for you. And this is where all the outreach comes from.
Please.
The Ghana Football Association makes a chunk of its money from its affiliate members.
Who are the affiliate members?
Juvenile clubs, coaches, and what is called the specialized groups,
Which are?
which are like school sports and all those ones.
Where's the money there?
So you pay a membership fee.
To GFA?
Yes, you pay a subscription fee. You're a member.
Of course, you're a member. So that's an association. I can understand that.
Uh-huh. Now, you know the number of members they have?
Tell me, brother.
So let me give you a typical example. You and I live in Accra West.
Yes.
In Accra West, which is a small part of the Ghana Football Association's Greater Accra operations, there are divisions called Division 3, and there's Juvenile. The juvenile base has under 10, has under 15, has under 17. So you pay a subscription. Kafui FC pays a subscription every season, not every year, every season. A season can be twice a year. It can be twice a year. A season can be broken into twice a year if you're not careful. So you pay that. Now in Accra West, there are 35 juvenile teams in Accra West.
In those age categories.
And that's age category.
How much is the subscription?
Depends on the level that you are at. Coles pay I play at Division 3. To join the Football Association is 5,000. My affiliation fee every year, every season is 500 cedis.
Okay.
Yeah. So you multiply that by Accra West again, 4 zones of 15 teams each.
So 60.
60.
Times 5.
Now multiply that by the 12 districts of Greater Accra in football.
6 times 12, 720.
Then multiply that by the administrative regions of GFA, which is 10. They are not yet 16.
So let's say 7,200.
Now, some districts have more teams than others.
Let's stay with the 7,200. Times 5,000.
Now we go to that's Division 3 and course. There's Division 2. There are 48 Division 1 teams. There are 18 Premier League teams. Everything the Ghana Football Association member does, you pay for. If you are red carded, you pay a fine.
Oh, okay.
2 yellow cards or suspension, you pay a fine. If I want to appeal against, if I lose a match and I want to protest against Kafui FC, I have to pay to file my protest, depending on the level that you play in. Some cost you 300, some can cost you as much as 500. If you want to appeal, you will pay. If I want to issue an introductory letter that Kafui FC's top striker is traveling, you have to pay. So there's a lot of internally generated funding.
Do you members get to see the accounts?
Yes, at Congress.
What kind of money is involved?
A lot.
Millions.
Yes. Because their budget is public to its members. They pay salaries. They have regional offices, right? They have regional offices. They have regional staff everywhere. All those are not government appointees, though.
Can I go and see there? But do I have access to the budget? Or they're telling me I'm not an association member?
Yeah, you have to go at Congress. But Congress is live. Congress is not something that is done in a secret room. It's on TV, it's on radio.
So if the GFA is self-supporting, what do they need government money again for?
Because the national teams are not theirs.
Yeah, but they get FIFA money. 13 million is coming to them.
No, 30 million, I spoke to the finance minister yesterday. 30 million goes to the government. The government decides what to give.
FIFA doesn't pay the money directly to
the money is paid to GFA. GFA has to pay the money back to the ministry.
If they don't,
you have problems with them because it's ministry money.
No, but the FIFA didn't pay to.
Yes, but you have an agreement with the government because the government pre-finance, which is why Atufosin went to Parliament and said he's allocating 150 million Ghana cedis to the Ghana Football Association for the World Cup. They have expended 58 million of that.
So if GFA is so liquid, why do they have to rely on pre-financing as if they are buying cocoa?
Because the liquid of the Ghana Football Association is what runs its operations daily. They pay referees to play the league. Right?
So their costs are high?
Extremely.
Although, I mean, balance with what you told me about what
Extremely.
Is this the same arrangement that you have with other FAs and their governments?
Yes.
So this is how it works in England or Morocco?
No.
Let's say Morocco.
That's the point I'm coming to, because other countries have found different ways to intersect. So the problem we have here, which is where I'm going with this, is the government is not as invested in sports growth to give it that kind of say. You talk about England. The government invests significantly in grassroots sports. So the budgets for coaching at the grassroots level in infrastructure is significant. So there is an in, right? Which is why they've deemed it important enough to regulate Premier League football, even to a point. If you go to Morocco, I spoke to you about finance minister meeting the king and saying, what do you want? Sports minister says, pitches. You want pitches. You could go to other places, Germany and all those places. The government's role is in the provision of the infrastructure and other things to make sure that the game goes, so that the federation can focus on its independent activities. So the German Football Federation might not need the state to pay its players, because the players are not taking 100,000 or something from international tournaments. But the World Cup is different. The players do, a lot of countries who play at the World Cup, the players take them. Even at the US, when we're coming, the money had been distributed.
Our guys have been paid already?
No, I'm talking about the US.
USA.
The US national team.
They've been paid?
Yeah, they are splitting the money with the women's national team. So everybody is making $214,000, roughly.
$214,000?
Yes.
So our 100 is small?
Yes, that is how the breakdown went.
I see.
For the assistants.
Even after splitting with the women?
Yes.
Who are not part of the competition?
That is their arrangement. So the women's money is also split with the men.
The men?
So that is their unique. Every country has its own unique arrangement
of
splitting World Cup money. That's what World Cup money they share.
Okay.
But what we need to do here...
Has ours landed though?
Not that I'm aware of. They need to figure that one out. Not need to figure that out. But the point is, government clearly has more to do here in terms of what goes into who becomes a footballer. Because the point is this: if a young footballer, I can't look after a footballer from the age of 5. I feed the player, I clothe the player, I buy boots, I transport the player for matches. The player grows to 17 years old, 18 years old, and then becomes available. Then Ghana has a match and comes to me and says, Godfred, give me your player. What have you done for me? Why should I give you my player? What is your investment in that individual?
The player wants to play. The player gets a call up. He wants to play for Ghana.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, up until that point, Ghana, what is your contribution to that player?
So why don't we have pitches? Why isn't the government putting grass pitches?
Exactly, and that is where we need to push more. Because look, I'm completely for the government playing a more active role, and I think there is room at the base, which is where we need the government to show up. Because if the government is interested in what happens at the base, particularly through school sports and whatever, a lot of the accountability and transparency that people are looking for, they will get. Because then the government is an actual player. But you've created a system where you start doing the FA and their people will tell you that, the scenario I just gave you, who are you to come and tell me what to do? You don't do anything for me outside of a World Cup period or this. But I'm just trying to separate the myth of the government funds the football. Normally people just want to get angry. But the thing is, the government funds the national teams through the ministry.
Okay.
But the daily operations of the Ghana Football Association is not paid for by the government. The government does not recruit a staff for them, does not do anything. They pay their own staff and their members from their IGF. The truth is this:
internally generated funds.
They make a lot of money. They make money.
Okay. Now I've heard some emotional people saying, government for fire the GFA boss.
But you can't fire him.
You can't do it.
He's our employee.
Yeah.
The government didn't appoint him. I've seen the case for the government can interfere, and that's why I'm saying there's room for the government to have a greater say. And I think our subsequent governments have been negligent in just how big of a say they can have in our football. Everybody's just satisfied to show up when the World Cup is on. Look, how's the US? I saw ministers, politicians, whoever. Everybody found their yellow jersey. Everybody found their passport. Most of these people will come back to this country and will not visit a single grassroots team in their community. They don't know where the kids in the community play football. They don't know how the kids grow up to play football. But those kids grow up and everybody's like, hey, let's show up. There is an imbalance in the relationship, and the government needs to fix that relationship. The Ghana Football Association or any other football federation for that matter is not innocent. They are not innocent, because it will be hard for me to sit here and say I have not seen situations where there has been an abuse of public resources that goes in there. And I think there needs to be even far greater scrutiny into how that money is expended. But here's the thing, Kafui. If the Ministry of Youth and Sports has not come to complain that their money is missing, I, Godfred Akoto Boafo, I cannot go and say the Ghana Football Association has embezzled money. Why? What is my proof? Unless somebody within the federation, which is why the question you asked is important. Can I see the budget? Can you see the accounts? If a federation member is unwilling to back me with evidence of my claim that A person, B person has embezzled money, that is why I'll go to court. Because then they come and say, why are you accusing me of spending money? Which money? Ministry said their money is not missing. Private members too say their money is not missing. So which one is your problem? And that is where I think the disconnect is. But I really, really am desperate to see the government enter that space at the base, play a much larger role, because you see, that is where all the work is. The work is not at the Black Stars level. What we've done is flipped it because it's popular. Presidents like taking pictures with famous Black Stars players. Ministers like taking photos with famous Black Stars players. And wearing their jerseys with their names at the back. It's sexy. It's populist. It wins votes. The national team brings attention. And it is the attention economy for your basic Ghanaian politician. But the work of sports development and accountability and transparency is at the base. No government has done that work. No government.
Did the minister recommend that Mr. Otuado be fired?
Yeah, I interviewed the minister when he came.
What did he say?
And he was like, look, Otuado had overstayed
his welcome.
You know. And that's another thing. If you didn't like the coach, you pay the coach. He's your employee.
And who pays the coach? The government?
The government.
The government? GFA doesn't pay the coach?
No. The government pays the coach.
Oh, what? Would GFA like to pay the coach?
I think if you give them the opportunity, they would.
So why do they defer to the government to pay the coach?
Because it's the national team. The government owns the national team. So unless the government is willing to defer. You see, and Kafui, here's the thing. I have this thing. I think there would be far greater outreach if you said give the Football Association the opportunity to run the national teams by itself.
Yes.
Do you know why?
You think it would work better?
The amount of money that can be made. Black Stars of Ghana.
I'm also thinking that if they just run it and then just leave the government out of this whole business.
Yeah, but I'm saying
just provide the pitches.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you do that, already we have claims of corruption and whatever.
It's gonna be wilder.
People was now, but then now you've given them
carte blanche.
Carte blanche. Because now you can't actually query them. What is your right to query? It's their money. They went to sponsors. They went to this. They went to that. What would you say?
So government should be like a regulator.
Government is the regulator, but the government is an absent regulator.
And a regulator who is appointing people.
The government is, in the appointment of the Black Stars coach. Before Otuado was appointed, we were given a committee. We were giving KPIs.
Key performance indicators.
Yes. We were given a certain criteria as well for who becomes Black Stars coach. None of those things were met. And we ended up with Otuado. If the government were interested as the person who would pay, the government should immediately have said, this coach that we are hiring, you told us that we're looking for a coach with 15 years experience. We are looking for a coach who has coached at this level, done that. How did we end up with this level of coach? The government sat down and acquiesced.
So the responsibility for hiring Otuado rests with whoever the sports minister was.
No, it rests with the Ghana Football Association via a selection committee. The ministry has input through that committee.
And then government pays him.
Yes, because he's an employee of the state.
It's voodoo, man.
He's an employee of the state. Because the national team, you see, and this is where I also even have a bit of a brain, man. It's always, what about the junior national teams? Who pays the junior national team?
Tell me, man.
Because this is why I say the government is negligent. National team coaches are always owed. Have you ever heard that we owe Black Stars coaches 1 year before?
You don't owe them.
No, we owe them 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah. But why are we even still owing?
17, 20. Yeah, coaches can go a whole year. Money hasn't come.
So why do they still work?
They can answer those questions best themselves. They are the coaches. You even been sitting here saying this on your program. I'm sure a coach will see it and say, who asked you to go and say it?
Are you suffering with me?
Yeah, you know. So it becomes a matter of why are you, and this is what the football people always tell you, why are you crying more than they're bereaved?
But you're also not a football person, though.
Not necessarily.
You're one of the football people.
Maybe my own way. With me, my own way.
These artificial pitches, where are they coming from? And are they helping the grassroots?
Government, again, neglecting its role. If the government knew what it was about, and again, I'm not making reference to a particular government, every government we've had, no government that knows what it is about sanctions the construction of 155 artificial pitches across the country.
That's how many we have in Ghana?
Yes. When I spoke about this, I've received a lot of grief. I'll be honest with you. Kafui. I've received a lot of grief about this. Some paid for. I've had people being incentivized to say all kinds of things against me. But it's a campaign I'm not willing to back down on.
Did they pay losing bonus?
No. I mean,
did they pay money to make they say things about you?
Yeah, that I am on a campaign to ruin somebody's business. I'm not on a campaign to ruin anybody's business. I'm not interested in anybody's business. My interest is Ghana. And in this matter, prior to 2017, there were 3 publicly owned Astroturfs. The rest were private. I don't care what a private man does with his money. Yeah. By 2024, there were 155. Clearly was a policy. Clearly.
3 in what year?
By 2017.
And then by 2024, 155.
Strewn across the country.
Every region has some.
In different parts. Now,
what's so bad about
the quality of the turf is my main issue. The quality. The turfs that are being laid are the worst of the worst standard.
What are they made of? What are they made of?
It's synthetic. Now, there's even with the Premier League turfs that we see, even the World Cup turfs that we saw, for instance, there's an element of synthetic grass in it. I'm not saying synthetic grass is bad, but there are grades. Your average high-level grass, the 5G Deso grass, is going for like 600,000 euros. When you step on it, if they don't tell you are stepping on Astro, you don't know. It's like you're on grass. We have littered the country with bedroom carpets. That is rubber. 1, it generates a lot of heat. 2, it is laid on concrete. That is overlaid with the gravel that we build with. I don't know the name for it, but it is gravel. Then we lay that concrete, that's 1 layer of thin, substandard turf on it. And ask human beings who are developing to be footballers to pound their feet on it. Over a period of time, you are killing ankles, you are killing knees, you are killing wrists. There is more than enough science to back what I am saying. I have not said Astroturfs are bad. I am saying the quality of Astroturfs that we have laid in this country are bad, especially for ones that the government sanctioned and paid for. So if you had decided to do Astroturfs that are high quality, why would I complain? The worst part of this is the loss of access. Football development, we've spoken about the base, happens at the base, doesn't happen at the top. Ghana has always produced excellent footballers. Every country has produced excellent footballers where the kids are able to what? Play freely. Whichever football documentary you've listened to, whichever star you've listened to, when they tell you their story, oh, I was playing in the streets. If the street was locked, would that kid be playing? That is where they hone their skill.
Access.
They do not hone their skill at the 2.5 hours of training. They hone their skills by being able to pick up the ball, show up on a pitch, and just kick the ball for hours and hours and hours and non-stop. For somebody else to come and train technique and whatever. We've taken all that away in the name of these tests. Those parks have been taken away, built. We are charging 300, 400 Ghana cedis
to open them?
To play for 2 hours. Why?
Were they too long?
Yes, it's 2 hours. 300 cedis for 2 hours.
And the money goes where?
to
Assembly.
their municipalities, yes, who maintain them. I don't know, maintained.
I hear they are hot in the daytimes.
Look, I'm going to tell you a funny story. These things are so bad that there was one of these thefts laid in the northern region by one of the ministers. Back then they did. This was 2 years ago. The MP commission, sanctioning the thing for in constituency, showed up. It was so hot that the MP himself and the game that he had organized could not be played, so they left.
That's a farce. They don't feel play the commission
game. They don't feel play the commission game. They left because it was too hot.
Because I see them people playing on them when they had to play them in the evenings.
Yeah,
because in the daytime it's.
So what kind of access then is that? What kind of football pitches do you have that you have to play only in the evening?
What's the solution? Rip them up.
Rip them apart because the things are being ripped up already. Most of these things, look. After a year, they are torn. There are holes in them. They are flying all over the area. Nobody has the money to replace them, so they are there. People are playing. It doesn't make sense to me. We could have invested that money in more grass pitches in the community. Or I am not against sandy pitches. Sandy pitches are still in the world. It is what works for us. Somebody says, oh, if you can grow grass, why do you suggest sand? I'm saying one, sand is safe. It absorbs the shock.
Yeah.
When they fall,
you can fall in the substrate
and absorbs the shock.
Beach soccer, all those things.
All those things are there. We've always honed tech. It doesn't mean we should stay there, but the access and ability to hone your skills there doesn't take anything away. Whilst we catch up, but as for the substandard Astroturfs, I was happy when Kofi Adams came and said they will not be pursuing an Astroturf policy. We are still watching.
That's the Minister of Sports.
Yes, we are still watching, but I hope they don't. And by that, I mean chasing the substandard type of thing that we are doing. And they need to look at the accessibility problem as well.
You talk a lot about grassroots investment. Maybe this will make you smile. So I've been reading about GFA's recent commercial activity. So there's a renewed Bet Power partnership. Mm-hmm. There's some new UMB banking partnership. There's JAC Motors partnership. I want you to assess it. Will the money from these partnerships help in the investment into grassroots football?
There isn't enough. As a member of the Football Association, I am very unhappy. I ask myself, again, why do you need to give Kumasi Asante Kotoko Football Club 200 footballs at the start of the year and come and give Taking Over FC one football? The professional football club that pays salaries at the top, pays accommodation for its own players, is the elite division. They get balls, they get boots, they get cars. The base where the footballers are developed from, I get one football a year.
They give you one ball?
I have one ball.
Why? At least it will be even number.
One football. I got one football last year. The Colts are here, they get 3.
What be the formula?
No, that is because the problem is they are saying there are too many teams.
But why do you give 200 to one team?
Which is why I'm saying, not even just one team. Why are you buying professional? It's like the English Football Association saying they are buying footballs for Manchester United.
Yeah, exactly.
Why? It's like the English Football Association wakes up one day and says, Arsenal Football Club, or all the 18 teams in the top division, everybody should come for 2 pairs of boots. Why? If you know you cannot buy boots for your team and nobody invests at that level, especially in the most basic of the equipment. If you have 1 million footballs to give, send all those footballs to the bottom. At the bottom.
Because the triangle is broad at the bottom.
Send all the footballs there. If you have coaches to be trained, carry those coaches. But everything seems to be very narrow at the top. And for me, that is my greatest grief. Because, look, Kafui, a lot of the people who run football at the base, they're not rich people. They are passion projects for them. Some of them, the kids live in their houses with them. They give their kids the same food they give their kids.
Family, yeah.
And at the end of the day, you come and give that person
one ball
as support. And when that person gets a player to Black Starless level, you go and stand in front of that person and say, let your player come and play under 17, under 20, under 23. What have you done for that person? What did you contribute? The state didn't contribute, and the association itself hasn't contributed. I think it's something that the association can improve. They should invert that thing that they are doing, where they are giving the big teams footballs and whatnot. Give it to those at the bottom.
Yeah.
I really don't understand.
And this came from the GFA?
Yeah, this is what it is. And the government doesn't buy footballs for anybody. That's why the government are not interested. They don't buy football for anybody.
They just pay the coach. That's
yeah, they pay the coach.
And to finance the Black Stars
and that's
for the next competition.
Yeah, wait for the next big thing.
Let's talk about governance and enforcement issues. So recently there was banning of some Division 1 teams over from using home venues over compliance issues. So what were some of the issues involved? Security?
So there are security issues. I think one of the biggest problems we've had, but I must also admit there's been an improvement, is just hooliganism at match venues. Also because most of the match venues are not proper in terms of safety zones. The general design is very open. So if I don't like Kafui there and I see him across the pitch, I can just pass through the back and hit his head with a stone and walk away freely. Football park areas have become non-arrest zones.
Non-arrest zone?
You can commit any type of crime
and not get arrested.
The police are not interested in those things. It's only recently that we've had a step up in some of these things, but it needs to be a bit more aggressive. And so
there was another pole issue back.
Yeah, the Frimpong police issue, which was really sad. We don't need to have those at our football.
The fan goes to watch a game and
gets killed. And this was a very passionate fan. This was not just a random fan. This was somebody who's
a
super fan, basically. So it's really, really sad that we keep having these things against. But then again, it comes down to the infrastructure, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And who owns the infrastructure? Government, which is what I've been talking about. The infrastructure is just not available. The infrastructure to play elite division football in Ghana is completely substandard. It's completely substandard. I'll give you a tip. I'll give you a scenario. Between, as we speak today, there isn't a single CAF certified stadium in Ghana.
Not even Accra Sports Stadium.
Accra Sports Stadium.
We've
been begging CAF the past 2.5 years to allow us to play here, to the point where the last time it took a phone call from a sitting president to the president of CAF that please allow Ghana to play. Otherwise, they were sending us to Benin.
We should have gone. That would have taught us a lesson.
Yeah, but the point is, if Benin has a pitch, a stadium,
which is certified,
and we're sitting in Ghana saying you are playing football in stadiums that everybody has upgraded. Truth is, everybody has upgraded. But here's the issue. Everybody also says, we don't do well with maintenance. So why do you need a new stadium?
But that's a cop-out.
Which is what I'm with you on that point.
Yeah.
You need to upgrade the facility.
So what does it take to maintain a stadium? Please tell me. What's the standard? Why is Accra Sports Stadium not certified?
I am years of neglect.
Don't they have a budget every year for maintaining the stadium?
They say it's not enough. Let me break this for you. The problems we have with the facilities, I think, is a matter of design. None of the stadiums we have built since 2008 were built to generate extra income. They were built as football stadiums.
It's just a pitch.
The attendant facilities are not designed to generate other types of income. So let's take the Accra Sports Stadium. It's the one that everybody knows. The Accra Sports Stadium, when it was redone in 2008, and I know it very well, had VIP boxes, had like corporate suites that were supposed to be rented out. These are premium.
This was for CAN 2008.
Yeah, CAN 2008.
And you're part of that.
Yeah, premium. Where are they? The offices now. So it means there's no income coming from
the VIP rooms have been converted.
Yeah, all of them are offices now, like offices of the National Sports Authority and others.
So where VIPs can, where do they sit?
You sit at the stadium VIP. Have you been there? Where the president sits? If it rains you, something will happen to you there. Let's take hospitality, catering.
Yeah, true.
There's a place, my good friend Tego, he has a kitchen, like a cafeteria sort of thing at the stadium. How much food do you think Tego can sell? And how much rent do you think Tego can pay to the National Sports Authority as rent? So we have an edifice that outside of Kotokoya has renting it at perhaps a subsidized rate. That does not make the kind of money required to maintain and upgrade it.
So what's the fix?
So I have said, build a new stadium. Build one new national stadium. Everybody, the Sipons and the rest, you can clear all those ones and turn it into something else, but build one world-class national stadium. And the reason why I'm saying we need to do this early is we are getting left out for some reason. So Togo has a certified stadium. One. It's called Sege or something. I forgot the name. Benin has one. Nigeria has more than one. They have like 3 or 4. I won't add Liberia and Sierra Leone. The Gambia has one. Senegal launched a stadium that looks like Bayern Munich's Allianz Arena. Senegal, right here, just did one. I was in Cape Verde the year in 2006 when Ghana qualified for the World Cup in Praia. They've been able to improve their facility. It's not a beautiful stadium, but for a country that size and what they have, it passes the bill for them. The AFCON is being held in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, East Africa. They are building new stadiums. South Africa has stadiums. North Africa is littered with stadiums and pitches and whatnot. In fact, the recent U17 AFCON that was played, that Ghana played in, some of the games were played in what basically you went to take a pitch that looks like Pajo, but the pitch is world class and they have got bleachers, so you can just sit. It's not. It doesn't need to be a grand edifice.
It must be functional.
It must functional. But above all, they have one massive stadium that can sit 60, 70,000, has host concerts, facilities to host concerts, has facilities to host conferences, has facilities for parking, has facilities for proper franchise, food partners. So those stadiums are bringing in millions of dollars at the end of the year. If you have a stadium that generates $1 million at the end of the year, what do you need a minister for? Youth and sports to come and give you money for?
I've seen concerts being hosted in the sports stadium. Shatawale did one there.
Yeah, but how many concerts? Mm-hmm. I was in Atlanta recently. Ashake is coming to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The 78,000 seater capacity stadium. The price of one ticket to get to that concert.
What was the plan for Boteman Sports Complex?
Boteman Sports Complex suffers from everything else that we have done as a government with our sports infrastructure. We build without a plan. Same reason why somebody started building national sports resource centers without a plan. None of them is in use unless we are doing Independence Day marching. They don't go and weed it.
Talking about weeds, Boteman is now overgrown.
Yeah, it's overgrown. Same thing. There's no plan. They have a tennis court that they rent. They have an athletics field that they rent. But the general design of it was not built to generate large-scale income. Look, recently, basketball is growing. So they have the Basketball Africa League. Rwanda woke up one day and decided that this thing, I will own it. So woke up and built a basketball arena, a world-class basketball arena. Every proper basketball event that the NBA throws outside of the US goes there. That it hosts concerts, it hosts conferences.
Yeah.
Same in Cote d'Ivoire. So what exactly is the difficulty in putting up facilities at a certain level that outside of its intended purpose does other things with a revenue expectation? I don't know if anybody can show you when they build Boteman that, okay, when we are done with Boteman, at the end of every year, Boteman is supposed to generate $800,000. I don't think anybody can show you that document.
All Africa Games ended up at UG?
Yes, it was at UG and Boteman.
Okay. What do you think about UG in terms of a multi-sports?
It's managed its facilities much better than others.
Who manages it?
The University of Ghana does. It doesn't allow the NSA to manage its facilities. The estate department of the University of Ghana manages their facilities.
Maybe we should take them around
to
be managing the other people.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, because this is what we are doing, so we can do this.
It's exactly
Third party manager.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant. But even with that, if you look at some of the amounts that were spent, for the life of me, we spent $148 million on a set on the bottom. I've seen stadiums that cost 60 million, facilities that cost 60 million. That thing is not $148 million. And they can't, you spent $148 million on a complex that cannot generate $100,000. Are we mad?
That's crazy.
You spent think about it, $148 million to build something that cannot make you $100,000 a year. What were you thinking of when you were building it? Obviously.
It take like a century to make the money back.
Yeah. Nobody's thinking about these things. So in the end, it becomes a matter of, the facility is not being maintained. Because when we are building it, we are not building world-class facilities. We're just building things that somebody can siphon some money from and chop. Simple. And then lie to ourselves that, we don't have a single world-class sports facility in this country. Not one. Accra, dead. Baba Yara, dead. Esipon, dead. Cape Coast, the youngest of all the stadium children, hasn't been used since God knows when. Meanwhile, Cape Coast used to be where Black Stars were playing all their games because it was good. We loaded that stadium and then killed it.
So no properly certified national stadium.
At the moment, no.
How about private?
I haven't seen any. Which private one? None. So we are in a quagmire.
So we should be kissing goodbye to any international competitions.
We say we are hosting the 2027 Africa Under 20.
What's the plan?
I wait to see. I have a feeling they might again renovate the facilities. But here's the thing, Kafui. We've renovated Accra Sports Stadium 3 times in the last 6 years. We've renovated Baba Yara roughly 3 times in the last 6 years. How many times do we want to renovate?
Innovation spree.
How many times do we want to renovate? We renovated it for the women's AFCON. That wasn't long ago. That was 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. It's broken. So there's something fundamentally wrong with our approach to sports development in this country. We've screamed, nobody's listening.
Somebody listening to you will be saying, okay, they've been talking about football for about 2 hours. Great. It's the national sport, it's the world sport, and it's World Cup, so give us a break. But let's look at the other sports. Back in the day, you could count Ghana among athletics.
Yes.
You could count Ghana among boxing. To a degree, tennis, for any people. What is our second sport now?
Maybe track.
We're doing well in track?
I think we're doing enough in track to say development has come. And I think the Athletics Federation does not get enough credit for the work that has been done in track. I give the government 0 credit for the work that has been done in track. Because again, the government shows up as and when sometimes they don't even show up enough. But I think from the Francis Dodu period through to whoever took over from him, there's been a consistency in making sure that the track community has a training system, has enough circuit events, has enough transition plans where if you are good in high school, we find an avenue for you to attend school in the US because they have superior training facilities.
Yes, yeah, Jamaicans do that a lot.
And that is good for them. And so the conveyor belt of, I wouldn't say elite athletes, but the conveyor belt of good enough athletes is there, which is why we went from John Paul, Azamati, we now have Saminu, we have Botsio. These are back to back to back to back.
So there's evolution.
We went from Michael Essien, Muntari, Stephen Appiah, 10 years dead.
Black hole.
But in track, every year, somebody comes that gives you some, that keeps Ghana competitive. We haven't yet broken the elite line, but I think we'll get there.
How about boxing, man?
Boxing is dead.
I see the Bukom area, the Bukom complex. Is it a ground for bringing this?
It's always been. But then again, who's investing? It's private people who are doing this. Nobody has decided.
So Sharaf Mahama?
Yeah. But Sharaf does professional boxing. He comes in when the work is done and does a show for profit. I'm talking about
grassroots boxing.
The grassroots and the development. Bukum was successful for a reason. Everybody else improved on the model that they had that was similar to Bukum's. Look, at a point in time, Bukum had produced more world champions per square meter than any other place in the world. Bukum.
Needs to be studied, man.
Yeah. Ask yourself why. And ask yourself why we have a similar black hole to the Black Stars when it comes to that. There's been a difficulty in producing the Azuma Nelson Akoto level of excellence for a while now.
What was the Bukum secret?
Bukum's secret was just a dedication to improvement at the base. There's more of a commercial interest now because there's money to be made by most of these boxers. But the training has changed. They need better trainers. They need better facilities. We need to get a lot more people interested, perhaps a lot more talents interested in the sport.
Can we get another Zuma Nelson in the next 10 years? Another
if things don't change.
Another DK Poison.
If things don't change at the amateur ranks, we are in the Commonwealth Games. We are getting whooped.
As we speak.
In the last week, brutally. Amateur boxing is something that has always given us pride at the events. Once in a while, a talent drops. We had a Duke Micah drop. We had this kid, Samuel Tichi, who recently won an Olympic medal.
Mm-hmm.
But their consistency is gone from that production line. So if you ask me second sport, I say track, but boxing needs CPR. Seriously.
Did I see you?
Oh, did I see you? They need defibrillator. Jump start boxing. And it's also one of those things. Everybody likes boxing.
Yeah.
But they only show up at the professional level. So when the Bukom Arena event is ongoing and the lights are on and the cameras are on, everybody shows up to look good. But the hard work of what happens there, where are those boys going? Where's the transition for those boys when they go? When Richard Comey and Isaac Dogboe and co were fighting through their ranks to leave here and go and compete. What was that? We're struggling.
Where's Dogboe?
I think Isaac decided his time was up and focused on school.
Charlie.
Yeah. I think Isaac just realized that. I think he did his bit. I think he went as far as his talents could carry him. I'm not a big fan of the father-son combo in boxing. At a point, a father must understand that he must let go and let somebody else continue. I think the biggest problem Paul Dugbe made was not understanding that he had reached the end of where he could carry the boy. And they paid the price for it. And they have not recovered since. But I think he's very fine with himself. And you can't blame him. I think he achieved a lot. He's a young man. And for what he packed into that very short period of his, full respect.
Just curious, the father-child relationship in sports, I'm looking at Venus and Serena Williams and their father.
Yeah.
Did he stay with them all the way through?
No.
At some point, he handed over.
He handed over. By the time they were 17, 18, he was done. He was doing hitting with them, but primary coaches had moved to persons who were world-class, Tom Mitrioglu and co. Pete Sampras' coach. Those were the people who were running after them at that time. So that is what we need to do with that dynamic.
There was a time we were looking like we were going to break out into the tennis world, but I don't know. What's the state of Ghanaian tennis now?
Dead.
Oh.
We are playing in, we used to, you mentioned Kafui, Jada Akun, those periods. That period was a bit of our golden period. We used to do well in the Davis Cup, but the Davis Cup itself has lost a bit of its allure. But we are now in Zone 3. I think we're playing Botswana last week or so. There's a young British girl representing Ghana, 16 years old. Hopefully she does well. But the state of local tennis, there's nothing to write home about. Is there a Ghana Open? I don't know. Who's playing in it? I don't know. It's to play it at the stadium. It was refurbished. The thing also with tennis is it's an expensive sport.
Yes.
Equipment. It's one of those sports where if your family don't have the resources, you cannot excel at it consistently because at a point you need a certain kind of trainer. Who are the trainers? Who's teaching tennis in Ghana? And if we're not able to attract elite level trainers, I don't think we'll be able to break this. So it's again one of those sports that is trying. And it's the same with a lot of our sports at the moment.
Swimming. Jackson.
Abeku. Yeah, he did. He broke a personal best at the Commonwealth Games. Yeah, but he hasn't really. I think the legacy of Abeku and his father and their family will be that glass ceiling of Ghana into international swimming. But since then, a lot of the things we do are wild cards. Like we get, it's like the child that doesn't do well, but here you come and compete some, But it's a young sport in Ghana, so it will be disrespectful to say, oh, they are not doing well. It's a pretty young sport. I think if you look at how far they've come, if you look at how far they've come, with a bit more support, they could do much better than we see them doing. But then again, it's one of those sports that needs money. If you don't have money, swimming is not cheap.
No, it's not.
A swimming coach is not cheap. Yeah. And then there's the physiology as well. Because we haven't reached that level where we can go scouting. Because if you look at a Michael Phelps, you look at a Katie Ledecky, all the elite level swimmers, these are 6 foot people.
Wide
wingspans, with feet designed in a certain way. All those things take money. Science is money.
We're going to talk about your passion grassroots in a short while, but I just want you to talk a little bit about Ghana Premier League. I mean,
I've stopped watching it.
Oh, my brother. What do you want to do with my question?
I've stopped watching. I haven't watched the Ghana Premier League actively in 5 years. I made a conscious decision. I commentated on the Ghana Premier League during if you remember, the Gateway Services, GSB time, Metro TV. I've run commentary on the Ghana Premier League. I've seen the Ghana Premier League, what it used to be. This one is not it, so I don't watch it. I spend my time watching 3rd division, 2nd division.
But do you know who won the league at least?
Last season?
Mediama.
Congratulations to them.
Nations FC, Hohoi United.
I know Hohoi United well because I have friends there. But the league needs work. The best, let me repeat this. The best talents in Ghana football don't play in the Ghana Premier League. They play in Division 2. They play in Division 3.
Not even Division 1?
No. The best footballers in this country don't play in the Ghana Premier League.
Should that be a hack for Mr. Kyrgios if he continues to stay after August? That he should go and be looking at those games?
Well, there's a reason why you can have the technical directors of the biggest teams in the world fly into the country and you will never meet them at the Ghana Premier League match. But you meet them in the sandy pitches of Dakuma, Kokompe, and in the Dafa Park. There's a reason why. They don't watch Ghana Premier League matches. There's nothing to be seen.
22 men taking a ball and you say there's nothing to be seen?
In poor quality. There's nothing to be seen. Until the teams start recruiting right, until the coaching starts getting right, until the broadcast of it starts getting right.
I heard you can actually decide not to do pre-match and post-match interviews.
No. These days they'll find you.
Now they'll find you.
Now they'll find you.
Before you could decide that you won't.
A lot of teams were not doing it, but now they'll find you heavily.
That's some of the money that GFA gets.
Yes. Now if you don't show up, even if the head coach doesn't show up, they'll find him. So they are trying to improve those things, and that's because of the broadcast situation. But football fans vote with their feet. The past 5 or 6 years, they voted heavily against the Ghana Premier League. Kumasi Santi Kotoko last season was averaging around 1,000 fans. Kumasi Santi Kotoko.
No way.
Yeah. They were averaging 1,000 fans.
1,000 fans?
Yes. Accra Arts of Folk moved to the Legon Stadium for a while and could fill the VIP side of it. That's it.
So a Kotoko Hearts game holds no allure again?
It hasn't. We call it the big clash. It hasn't.
Yes.
It hasn't. There's no storyline. What's the storyline? There's nothing to sell. The two teams have been really bad. They don't have the best players anymore. Mediama, Erdiana, Nations that, although they didn't have enjoyed the best of seasons, but at least the period that they were there, have shown a lot more consistency, a lot more commitment to being professional football teams. Mediama especially, look, Moses Parker and the people who run Mediama, full respect to them.
What are they getting right?
What has helped Mediama is a commitment to at least try and behave like a professional football team.
Like, in terms of?
They have in-house media, well set up, well equipped.
So you record your own content?
They have their own podcast. They have their own TV. They have a very well-run social media team. They recruit players people want to watch. So at least there's an allure. Oh, Mediama is playing. Okay, I want to go and watch this person. So they spend. Helped by the fact that they are backed by the mining company that sits in their community who have built them a stadium. And so they play in an environment that looks like an environment you expect an elite division team to play for. We can't say that for the big boys. Constantine Kotoko are trying to recover. Crowds of folk haven't been a crowds of folk for years.
They don't have that area.
Yeah.
How is that possible? That the oldest teams in Ghana don't have their own?
It's a shame, isn't it? With all that has happened, which is what I'm saying, at least make an attempt. The thing with those two teams is, the mistake we make is, on the continent, Accra folk did not need to play at the Accra Sports Stadium. I think the Legon size stadium is good for an Accra folk, say for Constantine Kotoko. But for the matches between the two, you can then send it to an Accra or a Babaya.
Why should they be playing the national stadium? They should have their own stadium.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making, that they needed to have been able to put up at least a 10,000-seater stadium. 10,000 gates for Kotoko, where if they're charging 50 Ghana cedis, 100 Ghana cedis, 150 Ghana cedis, but their fans pay more than that for certain kinds of games. They will run that team.
The top teams in South Africa, Mamelodi Sundowns and Orlando Pirates, they have their own stadiums.
They play in smaller stadiums. They play in,
and it's their own.
They play in municipal-owned stadiums that they run.
Okay.
But the big games get moved to the bigger stadiums because Mamelodi Sundowns cannot afford to pay maintenance at FMB or those stadiums every weekend. So they play much smaller grounds, week in, week out. But if there's a big game, there's Soweto Derby or something other derby, that one, they go to the big one.
So it's like if it's a home game for Ghana's, you play at a stadium run by a lad at Ekotopo.
Exactly.
And then when it's a huge game, then you go to
Accra Sports Stadium. And that is how they make sense of cost and all those things. But for us, we still haven't figured it out. It's still a bit about who gets 3 points, and however they get the 3 points is more important than the product itself that is being sold. And the audience don't like the product at the moment. So they have voted with their feet. The league is going to start. Let's see if something else comes up. But personally, I don't watch it anymore.
And you still stick to your guns. You're not going to watch it this season.
I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it.
How about the women?
There's been, I give credit to the Football Association in that there's been a lot done in the women's game. But that's also because you spoke about FIFA funding. FIFA pays a lot of money for the women's game these days because they want to see it grow. So you have no choice than to reinvest that money because they'll come and audit you anyway. So we've seen some growth in the women's game. And I wish we could see that kind of growth in the men's game. But I guess because the FIFA funding doesn't go towards the men's game yet, we haven't seen that. But the women's game has seen significant improvement. That much I cannot hide.
How do you deal with fan violence, crowd control? I'm thinking May 9th and beyond, and other ugly scenes, people getting beaten, buses being stoned.
I'm thinking better infrastructure again. You see, the infrastructure protects. The general design of the infrastructure is such that it limits your ability to do certain things and enables the ability of respondents to also do certain things. So invariably, damage is always low.
Where's the best stadium you've been in? You felt safe, you felt secure. It was this
in Ghana.
All around the world. I know your Ghana
story. Every stadium I've been is better.
In Africa, the best one you've been to?
Best stadium in Africa?
Yes.
I haven't been to the new stadium in Rwanda. I've been to the new stadium in Senegal. But the Mohammed Stadium in Morocco is out of this world.
Describe it to me. I haven't been there before. What will I see when I get there?
It's like a tier 1 stadium, the kind of stadium you would expect a Real Madrid, a Barcelona to play in. It has everything.
Does it have a retractable roof?
It has everything. And they are building one for the World Cup final.
They started building it?
Oh, yes. For the World Cup that they are hosting. They are going to change the game.
Which
It's almost done.
Which of the stadiums did you enjoy in America?
Oh, that's for Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes-Benz.
In New York?
No, Atlanta.
Atlanta.
It's covered. I say that stadium is top 5.
Was it AC too? There was some stadiums that were AC.
Yeah. Mercedes-Benz is climate controlled.
So why you don't sweat inside? You feel cool for inside.
Charlie, if as soon as you cross the perimeter for showing tickets, you're in AC. You feel the AC like this.
Nyanya for the studio.
In a chill pass car.
So why did they do hydration break if the place be cool?
Which is what we all say. Even in the rain, there was hydration break. Even in games where it was raining, there was hydration break. But that stadium was brilliant. The SoFi in California, Inglewood, also really
you go there to this
beautiful. I've been there before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really beautiful stadium overlooking a water body over there. So for me, the MetLife is not a good stadium. Not really.
Best stadium to work as a journalist, not as a fan.
That's a hard question.
You be a hard guy.
Yeah, but that's a hard question. Never really thought about it like that.
So facilities, do your work, internet, blah blah blah.
Then still,
Mercedes.
If you push me, Mercedes.
What was it like working there as a journalist? What kind of facilities?
It's modern. Internet is on point.
How fast?
Oh, how fast is fast? Whichever fast you want is there.
You put the documents there,
shoom. You know?
So you file reports to Ghana like
everything about it is brilliant.
And why is it called Mercedes-Benz? Is it sponsored? They put their name on it?
Yes.
They paid money to put their naming
rights.
Okay.
There's no bad view.
Wherever you sit.
There's no bad view. And it's something we tend to take for granted. There's no bad view. For a journalist, that's important. Your ability to leave one side of the pitch and go to the other side to go and work is also important. You can see what's going on everywhere. It's very important. So I still think that one. There's a big difference between that one and European stadiums. European stadiums have a very conservative feel to them because it's like traditional. Things must be a certain way. They don't experiment too much with the look unless like the new Bernabeu or the Camp Nou as it is now. But the Americans play around with what they are supposed to do. It's like you're supposed to have a certain experience when you go to the stadiums. And I think that is really unique about them.
Do they allow the fans to drink alcohol inside the stadium?
Yes, a lot.
Okay.
You're buying everything you want. Beer, whatever is there. You won't bring from outside in. But
because the people inside must make their money. Because they have the rights, I guess.
And that's some of the things I was talking about with regards to us. I mean, what stops a major brand from saying, look, I have taken this. If you enter the Accra Sports Stadium,
Frankie's
is there.
You go buy.
Yeah.
Go buy from you.
Oh, they are the only ones.
Yeah.
You understand? But how are you going to, listen to this one, how are you going to make your revenue when you are licensing pan sellers? How much can you charge the woman who is selling pure water in the pan in the stadium to make money?
Gagba with the head top where they go.
Yeah, and that is what is done. If I want to buy water at the stadium, there's a woman with the pan on her head. So I'm asking myself, how much was she charged?
Exactly.
For the stadium people to make money?
She probably wasn't even charged anything. She just came in.
No. That's you can't.
Oh, they'll give them.
Yeah, because if not, you are not making it into the stands.
Yeah.
So how much can you charge it? 50 cedis, 100 cedis, 200, and you go and make sales that today for
£40 held.
Our food sales we took tax of what 100 cedis, 200 cedis.
No.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's a long way to go.
Yeah, you need to have a big beer brand who has taken over. Yeah. When you enter that stadium, this is the only beer you can buy.
That's it.
The water is there.
Hydration.
Everything. But tell him the game you bread.
I hope our minister and all the people, the big heads of all the agencies were taking good notes.
But it's
and not enjoying the game alone.
That's why your minister was dreaming big about the stadium. Because he saw the Foxborough in Boston. I was like, we need a Foxborough
in Boston brain.
He could not believe he was that comfortable sitting where he was. I saw him. He could not believe it. sitting on some hard seats at the Babaya and Accra Sports Stadium. He was like, yeah, this is the spot.
Yeah.
You know, they should build us a new one and be more responsible about it.
Mr. Infantino was everywhere.
Yeah.
I saw him.
He travels by helicopter, so...
Oh, okay. That's how he was moving around.
Yeah, within the ones that are short, they do that because he has to move from game to game to game. And also a lot of private jets. So it was very quick for him.
Different level.
Yeah, for him, he's everywhere. His carbon footprint is
massive.
Yeah.
Charlie, let's talk about grassroots football, man. That's your thing.
Yeah.
That's your thing. So your project is called Taking Over Stars.
Yes, I have...
Why is it called Taking? What are you taking over?
Take over the country.
Revolutionary.
Yes. But...
When did it start? What's the genesis of this project?
So basically, I've always been involved with the kids who play football in Dansoman for a very long time. Maybe provide them water. What I also realized was that we were losing a lot of the playing spaces for the kids, particularly for them to train safely under some kind of supervision where somebody can say, you are doing this correctly, you are doing this wrong, whilst also providing avenues for them to learn maybe a trade or network to other opportunities. So that was the idea behind this. We've been doing this, we are 5 in October.
Okay, 5 years.
We are 5 years this October.
How's it funded, man?
I funded myself, a couple of partners. We've had some help from, at some point from Virginia Commonwealth University through their MVest project, and the US State Department as well has contributed at some point.
What's the end game?
The end game for me is to create an avenue where kids can just play football happily and find a spot to harness their full potential. We've been able to put a couple of kids in higher divisions.
Okay.
Yeah, we have...
When you say a higher division, what division are you looking at?
Oh, we have kids playing in second division. We have kids playing first division. We have kids playing the Premier division.
Within the 5 years?
Within the 5 years, yes.
Wow.
And we've had some kids who've gone to school, to tertiary level. We've had some kids, we've played at New Century to learn a trade. So we also look after those ones.
How do they qualify to be part of the Taking Over Stars?
Well, we're open.
So a team can just step up?
Anybody, you just show up. If you show up.
Where's the base?
We're in Dansoman roundabout at the Liberty Park, Carindorf.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, so if you enter Carindorf
Club area.
If you enter Carindorf Park every day, 3 to 5, you meet somebody who, if you want to kick a ball, feel free.
Okay. What does success look like for you for this project?
Success for me is every kid who comes there and walks out leaving with a new idea of who he is and how they can also contribute to the community. That's very important. It's not about becoming a successful footballer. It's about how you can contribute to Dansoman first, and then hopefully you can translate those lessons to a much higher level. But at least we are trying to let the kids understand that this is our community. We must protect our community. We must look after our community. We must clean our community. Make sure that we're able to play in our community safely at the moment.
How does it make you feel to be part of this project?
Oh, it's painful, but I'm committed to it. So my day is scheduled such that every single day I am there from 3 to 5. If you're looking for me, every single day, 3 to 5.
You're going to be there.
Monday to Saturday, you'll find me there.
Sabbath to your Sunday.
Yes, I am. I make it an everyday thing. Unless it's super important, you will find me there. I'm that committed to it.
Describe the architecture of Ghana's grassroots academy. How does it work?
Everybody does the academy. We don't have too many academies. We have a lot of Coast clubs. The Coast, people say Coast is dead. Coast is not dead.
Coast are the junior division.
The junior divisions.
So it's hard to have in Auroras, right?
Yeah. No, Auroras now even plays in Division 2.
Oh, okay. So no longer Coast.
They no longer Coast 10. They're second division.
So the lowest level is what?
The Colts. The juvenile.
Okay.
Yes, that's from under 10. Age 10. Then some run under 13, under 15. Then 17 is the cap. So once you graduate from 17, you go to Division 3. But the coach is the most important part of our game. There was a period where coach wasn't functional. That is true. There was a period under Mr. Kosei Nyantechi where coach died for 3 years, nobody had kicked the ball across the country in organized Colts anger.
Who had a murder weapon to kill Colts?
There just wasn't money, and there just wasn't enough oil in the engine to drive it. Teams were disorganized. They were playing games amongst themselves, but there was nothing. League seasons barely ended. The team would play 3 or 4 matches, and they said the league, we can't finish it. Suspensions, But the past 5 or 6 years, Colts, I wouldn't say it's back to its former glory. It used to be really good, but it's alive and kicking. Hopefully, it gets better, but it can only get better with some of the things that we spoke about. Give them the footballs, give them the woods, give them the playgrounds. There's a shortage of, let me tell you, there's a shortage of playing grounds in Ghana.
What's the pitch like where you play?
We play in the sand. We play and train in the sand. We sometimes play at Jesus Alive in the sand. We sometimes go to Dancema 1 and 2. That's on the other side. That's in the behind Alpha Beta School.
Yes,
that side of town.
But it's safer than the plastic pitches.
Yes.
How many kids are you dealing with at taking over?
At taking over stars, we can only deal with 30 kids.
Okay.
Yeah. So we deal with 30 kids per rotation. But we have Happy Stars, for instance, around us. Happy Stars is dealing with like 80 kids.
That's another grassroots concern.
Yes.
Okay.
Happy Kids every afternoon is dealing with around 80 kids.
Okay.
With one person.
Age group, age range?
From between 5 to 16.
Okay. So when a player graduates to 3rd division, 2nd division, what happens to you? Do you guys get compensated?
Oh yeah, because some of them
they sign contracts with you.
There might be a purchase. So you have an onward percentage of some kind, and then you move on from there. So sometimes we haven't sold anything at the moment, but we are trying to just have the kids have the experience of playing at that next level. Hopefully some of them make it.
What would that mean to you if a big club comes knocking, a big Spanish club or a big Italian club comes knocking?
That's the dream. That's the dream for those kids.
Yeah.
What it would also be is that it provides the means to keep it going, to expand it, perhaps maybe be able to navigate your own play area. Because like I said, we don't have the play areas. Yeah. We've run out of play areas. All the play areas are being sold. So
who are buying them?
Oh, the real estate developers, the chiefs are selling. The real estate developers are buying. The government doesn't care. Most of the lands are actually school lands.
Wow.
But they are being bought anyways. How are people buying? How private individuals are buying public school lands? Only the government can tell us. But there is a crisis, a very quiet crisis. There's a shortage of public playgrounds in the country.
It needs to be fixed quickly.
Yeah. I don't know how they are going to fix it. Maybe release some of the old lands that were there back to the communities to use. But most of the lands have, even in the park, they try selling.
Does it not surprise you that you travel abroad and countries which have very dense populations still manage to find space for
greens
for
but we
land
can't.
that is green?
It's just there.
Benches, and football fields.
But we can't
take you out.
We can't. We always.
I'm sure you saw a lot more green in New York than you saw in Dansuma.
I did a drive from. I was going to Virginia. I was within Virginia, but visiting a friend in a part of Virginia is about 45 minutes. It's just, all I saw was just green playing grounds after green playing grounds. It was just empty.
Green on green.
It was just empty. But guess what? The goalposts are there. The pitch is smooth.
Yeah.
There's nobody on it.
It's just access. It's just, and if you want to play,
show up.
That's it.
But it was empty. Nobody's playing. But it's there. In Ghana, if that space is there 1 year and it's empty, hey, that land is being wasted.
When they tell you for put the construction quickly, otherwise somebody will come.
We are building on it quickly.
What a system.
It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. And the ones that are there, people are always looking to take. Karindorf Park, every time somebody wants to come and take. The one, what people don't get is, for instance, Karindorf is the only standard park, no matter how bad people think it is the only standard park from Kaswa. From Kaswa, not Swedo. Swedo has this one.
Kaswa is central region.
Yes, from Kaswa to Osu.
No.
There's none.
The next one will be the stadium.
The stadium.
Which is not certified.
So if we're doing standard football games, if Karendorf is not there, there's no park. Everybody comes here.
Because that was a home for Liberty, right?
Yes. So that should tell you just how big of a problem I am describing to you. I didn't say park. I said standard.
Yeah.
Park. It is only Liberty and from Kaswa
to Osu. That's a crazy distance. By the way, where's Liberty? What happened to Liberty?
So Liberty went through
Dansoma's team.
Yeah, a transition. So Liberty is now an academy, a full-time football academy rather than a professional team.
Yes. Is that Michael Essie's team?
Yes. So they are now a full-time academy in Division 2. Very strong team, actually.
Okay.
But I think the focus became, rather than play at the elite level, there was the same disillusionment that I just expressed to you. It didn't make sense to be spending $1 million Ghana cedis on it
to get 100,000.
To get 100,000. So just focus on trading kits and selling.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the model.
And now, because you're not just a football person or a sports person, but you're a person, let's take it all the way back, Godfred, to some of your earliest memories as a human being.
So, my life hasn't been that exciting. Born in Mampuri Polyclinic. Okay. Yeah. Grew up in Dansoman. Father's a lawyer. Mother's a homemaker.
Was there pressure on you to become a lawyer?
Yes, significant pressure.
From?
Of course. The lawyer himself. Went to St. Martin de Porres School.
Okay.
Yeah, in the neighborhood. I'm a proper Dansoman man.
Yes. What's your first football memory?
My first football memory is actually playing in... I grew up in the house where Akoto learned how to box.
Oh.
Next door.
Okay.
His uncle, Akoto Senior, the Commonwealth medalist, was my next door neighbor. He had a small pitch near his garden. So we used to play there as 5, 6-year-olds.
In DC?
In That's one exhibition.
Okay.
Yeah. So
nice.
We played there.
What was your position, man?
Oh, that one.
You just played
positionless. We are just kicking about.
Socks ball?
All kinds. Chelesa, socks ball.
Which one be Chelesa?
Chelesa be the plastic one.
Yes.
The very hard one. If you don't take charge, if that ball hits you, something will happen to you.
Orange? You played 2000 orange before?
Yes. We've done everything. Socks ball, everything. We've done everything. Used to go and play at a park called Bibiba. And then there was
What about the name of the park?
Bibiba.
What they come? What kind of Hoosiers name is Bibiba?
Sure.
Where are you going to Bibiba?
There was where 7 Great Princes Academy school is now. There used to be Biba. And then
7 Great Princes actually sounds quite scary, you know.
Yeah. So did that.
First memory, watching it. What's some of your earliest memories of watching?
Watching again in my community, because a lot of really good footballers come from where I live. From exhibition to last stop, there was the Monday specials. I used to run away from home, under the guise of going to throw the ball away. And then I would just stay and watch.
Did you get caned for that?
Oh, of course, my mother. Because you can't just be leaving the house at any point. Our mothers don't want us in that environment. Enjoyed that. Watching also on TV, like I said, the 1990 World Cup was...
Italia?
Yes, Italia 90.
Who won that one?
Italia 90 was Germany.
Germany.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
Argentina tried to defend, but couldn't.
Yes, couldn't. Okay. Watching that game as well was my first... watching Diego Maradona, I was like, this is my guy.
Yeah.
In my head, everybody was at Maradona at the time.
Why did you like him?
He was the best player in the world.
100%.
100%. Everything he did was nice.
Yeah.
And everybody, there was no social media. So it was like you could just see, Maradona. Everybody, Mara, straight, he's the guy.
Yeah.
So picked it up.
Earliest memories, listening to radio, football or sport on the radio.
Radio was a fixture in my house because my dad likes radio. His radios, even to date, his radios on even when he's asleep.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah, his radio is on when he's asleep. He wants to be able to wake up and hear the radio on. So,
what does he listen to?
My father listens to his BBC a lot. He likes GTV, GBC News. As well, GBC, the 8 p.m. news.
Yes,
I think is one of the best produced news bulletins in the country.
For real. On the radio.
On the radio,
yes.
On GBC, and then in the car as well, you would hear the radio as well.
Yeah. So, would he be talking about some of the stuff that's going on the radio?
No. My old man was not much of a talker.
Okay.
For a lawyer, it was strange. You could barely hear him say 3 words.
Was your mother the talker?
Yes, she's more of a talker, but my old man still he doesn't talk too much. Yeah, not too much.
Man of few words.
Very.
When's your first memory of wanting to be a journalist?
I've always wanted to be a journalist. The thing is, from junior high school, everybody was like, "Look, you're good with words." I write really well. My essays were always amongst the best. But it was when I went to Prempeh College, Form 1. Our school counselor, Mr. Dia Ajimai, very old man at the time. He was in his 70s. He'd been teaching very, very long time. He was a school counselor as well. I wrote an essay, my first semester at Prempeh College, or first term. I came back from vacation and I was told to report to his office. I reported and he was like, "Are you sure you wrote this?" I was like, "But it's exams. I wrote it." He was like, in his 35 years of teaching at Prempeh College, nobody had written an essay like that for him in Form 1.
What did you write about?
It was an essay about why I came to Prempeh College.
Why did you go to Prempeh?
I went to Prempeh College because my father wanted me to go to Prempeh College, and I expressed my frustration about being forced to attend Prempeh College in that essay.
Did he go to Prempeh College?
Yes, my father went to Prempeh College.
Did he tell you why you should go there?
For a Prempeh College man, you don't need a reason.
Just go.
You will go. I wanted to go to, my sister wanted me to go to Achimota school.
Okay.
But
your sister wanted you to go there?
Yeah.
Why did she want you to go to Achimota school?
She said Prempeh was too far. So she stayed in Accra.
Where did she go to school?
Every girls.
So, give us a sense of what frustrated you. What did you put in that letter? What was your argument?
My argument was fun. It was I was your typical Accra boy. My notions about Kumasi at that point had been fed by a lot of misinformation and just lack of knowledge. I was frustrated that I was being separated from my friends who had gone to Cape Coast and Achimota and Presac, and being sent to a completely different region I had no idea of. I had no friends. Completely upset me. I was very, very happy because my first few weeks of school, I did not settle down well. I remember my first week in school, I got slapped by the headmaster.
Oh.
Because he called out my name during school orientation and I didn't hear.
And he slapped you?
Yeah. So I was not a very happy camper.
These modern days, but you would have been sued.
Yes, properly. I was not a very happy camper.
You were not.
And I expressed all that in
your letter?
In my letter.
It was coming from the depths of your soul.
Depths of my soul. I wrote 3 pages.
Full of passion.
And he was like, so what happened was, there was basically like a move around, and it got me into trouble. I'll tell you this. It got me into trouble with my seniors because he basically did a tour with my essay. So he took me to every Form 1 class, took me to every Form 2 class, and took me to every Form 3 class. Now that is where the problem was. So when we got to the Form 3 class and we were done, we went back to the houses, and the seniors would be like, "You are the one they say speaks better English than us in Form 3. Enter the corner. And then you get it." But he also told me that if I wanted to pursue a life of words, it would make sense. And so anytime I needed help with those things, I should come and have a chat with him.
Okay.
And he provided a bit of extra help. After that, I must say I was lucky. Because after him, I had Miss Otu. Miss Otu was my literature teacher. Went to Holy Child School. Was teaching Form 2, Form 3 literature in Prempeh College. And everything I know, she taught me. Because she was like, "Look, Godfred, this is how you say this. This is how you write this." She paid extra attention to what I was doing. So, put me in the debate club. I didn't want to be, but she was like, "You are going to do this. These are the things that..."
Like they force you to work before you do things.
Oh, not really, but I was shy.
You were?
Still? No. And it just led to other things. She gave me confidence. Miss Otu gave me confidence. By the time I was in Form 3, I was hosting programs on television. There was a Crystal TV.
Yes, Crystal TV, Kumasi.
They had a teen program.
Yes.
So I used to host with
Was this the 90s?
No, was the year 2000.
2000, okay.
2000. With Nanaya Sewasapo.
Mm-hmm.
She used to be a multimedia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we were hosting a program together. She was a Yasantua.
Okay.
At the time.
So you were on TV at that?
Yeah, at that time.
While you were still in school?
Yeah, in school. And then hosting programs, like the major programs on Prepper College.
So you did radio before you did TV before you did radio?
Yes. A small TV.
Before you went into radio?
Because we're in school, so it's not like you could just leave.
Yeah. Who were the voices that you wanted to be like, or inspired you, or probably imitated on radio and
on radio? Neil Ante was pretty prominent voice for me.
Vanapoy.
Yes.
Okay. Sports also.
Yes, on Sundays.
Former MP of
Ododio. Yes, GBC. At the time.
Mm-hmm.
There was also forgotten.
Also on GBC.
Jolate.
I
said yes. GBC was on all the time.
Yeah,
there were a couple of other news readers as well that I can't really put names to, but it was exciting listening to.
Did you ever meet them physically at that time?
No.
But later on, did you get to meet them?
Oh, of course. So Neil Ante is a very good friend of mine. We talk a lot. We text. We belong to the same club in Dansoman, so we meet almost every Saturday when time allows us. And those were the formative years for me. And that got pushed a bit when I went to the University of Ghana.
Yeah.
Commonwealth Hall.
Oh, Vandal.
Yes.
You have something in common with your host.
We met sharp.
Which is before the Vandal days. So when you look back, did you enjoy your prep days finally?
I ended up enjoying prep.
Okay.
I think it was an experience I will not forget. I think once I got over my Form 1 years and found my confidence, I realized it was a proper environment to be in.
Is it the school of former President Kufo?
Yes.
So you're rolling good
company.
Good company. Yeah.
Yes, very good company.
So, what role did your mother play in like your early years in terms of how you turn out right now?
Because she paid attention to my schoolwork. My father's a busy man, very, very busy man. So after school, you go home. Have you done your homework? She'll sit down with you. Some of it she might not even understand, but she'll sit with you. She'll ask, go and call this person for me, come and show Kweku what he's doing. She kept me on my toes. If not, I wasn't a very happy learner. You know, I was always reluctant to learn. If you don't push me to open the book, to push myself, I'm just happy with what I learned in school. You know, but she really kept me on my toes. Bought books for me. I had the whole Edith Blyton series. Growing up, I had the Famous Five. I had Secret Service. I had Hardy Boys. I had Nancy Drews. And we had the library at the Dance Monkey Club, which had the full catalogue of Tintin.
Yes.
Every single one ever written.
Is that library still there?
No, they've shut it, sadly. They had every catalogue of Tintin, had every catalogue of Asterix and Obelix.
Yes.
And so I would be there just reading it.
Could you borrow and take home, or
yes,
you
could.
There? You could borrow.
We could borrow and sign for it and take home. But I preferred to read. There. So being allowed to do that at that age by my mom really helped.
Did they know you? Did you make it public to them that you wanted to be a journalist?
No, never.
Okay, because your father wanted you to be a lawyer.
Yes.
So after Prempeh, what did he say?
Still a lawyer. I'll tell you something. I've never told anybody this. For a very long time, he was not very happy about the decisions I made to become a lawyer.
Not become a lawyer.
I'm a lawyer. He didn't express it openly.
Because he doesn't talk much.
Yeah, he doesn't talk much. But I just had that sense that he would have preferred if I had followed him.
Were you an only child?
No.
Were you the first?
No.
Okay. in some way.
Yes. And but in the end, he realized I was very good at what I did, and he came round to accepting the fact that this is what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And I had become really good at it.
I'm sure he will catch your bulletins on the news on the radio.
He's turning his off into my producer these days. Sometimes he does that. What are you saying? This thing you're saying doesn't make sense. And then sometimes he calls and says, "Look, this thing, come home. I'll explain it much better." Because What a lot of people don't know is he was in Parliament for a very long time. And
Okay.
for those who know him well, say perhaps the best writer of laws this country has ever seen.
Okay.
Those who know him. Not
You want
me.
to tell me your father's name?
W. Boafo. So his understanding of what Ghana's laws are
Okay.
at an extreme level. So sometimes when I'm on radio and I'm talking, just you don't know what you're talking about. It's somewhere, but it's good.
Yeah. And so you finish. You write your WASI.
Yeah, I did really well in WASI.
Okay. What did you? What
I studied general. Me?
What were your subjects?
I was a 6A 2B student too.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Where the B's come from?
That's Charlie. Don't want to know.
I want to know.
I'm very upset
Literature.
Don't know. Hell no.
Where they be from?
Math, social studies. The social studies still upsets me. Math was understandable. I was never good with math. Math was extra effort to get that B. But social studies, to date, if I could go for remarking today, I would go for remarking on that social studies paper. I'm telling you, I did not understand.
Tell about 6 A's and 2 B's be wicked.
Oh, I was sharp.
You'd be shark.
Oh, I was sharp.
Forget about a shark.
Yeah, I was very sharp.
Shark.
If you, people, I liked general arts.
Okay.
And I guess sometimes we don't understand those things, but the training, or even though I didn't know it was training, helped.
Yeah.
But by the time I got there, my understanding and use of language was at a very advanced level.
Yeah.
I had read a lot, so I knew history. So I studied history.
Yeah.
And I had a very good history teacher, TK Mensa.
At Prempeh
College.
Okay.
We call him Tier.
What did it here?
Your shirt.
For what?
If you don't get things right, he will rip your shirt like this.
Then you go replace her.
You don't go replace her.
About this man. Teacher.
So you better buy buttons. You're going to
You go tear your shirt.
So I call him Tier.
Crazy.
Yeah. But he used to tell us
before.
Oh, plenty times. He said he had a C when he wrote his exams. So he will make sure that nobody has a C in his class.
Yeah, if I go higher.
So myself, you see Akolache, Kujonto, we were prodigious in his history class. I did literature, of course. I excelled at it. I didn't like economics much, but I still excelled at it.
Still got your A?
Yeah, of course. Government was my subject.
Okay.
Mr. Atiemo, Bratia, everybody calls him. Perhaps at that time, the best government instructor in the Ashanti region.
Okay.
Had a skill with teaching governments that I have not seen in a very long time. So I was pretty well formed.
Well prepared.
Yes, by the time I went to the University of Ghana.
What was your nickname at Prempeh College?
I will not say it on radio. I will not say it.
Why?
Yeah. They called me, I was so bad at the nickname, they called me Deaf Dog.
Yes, because you're so bad at what?
Nicknames. They created a nickname for me.
Deaf Dog.
Deaf Dog. It was so bad. That tells you how bad. It didn't make sense.
But Deaf Dog, what, DEF?
DERF. So they basically flipped
Fred.
Godfred.
Your name, Godfred. Deaf Dog.
Nana Kwame Isiama, now Dr. Kwame Isiama.
Yes.
He did that horrible job of giving me a nickname.
Godfred, and then they spelled it right. Deaf Dog. But it sounds kind of cool, you know? If you change the spelling, all it becomes like a...
We had horrible nicknames.
Like a rapper.
Let me tell you what his nickname was. Imagine a man called Rumpelstiltskin.
Oh, no.
Horror. We're not doing well with the nicknames.
And so you end up in Commonwealth Hall?
I ended up in Commonwealth Hall at the University of
First of all, best thing that Prempeh left on you that hasn't left. Brotherhood with you. Okay.
Brotherhood. Lifetime of brotherhood. And I think it's something that cannot be replaced. And I think it's a feeling a lot of boys have when they go to their boys' schools. But we left with a very strong understanding that we owe ourselves to do well in life and help each other do well in life. We leave no one behind if it can be helped.
So you guys still hook up?
Oh, yes. I was with, I saw Tony Senanya yesterday. Mm-hmm. If there are situations, he will help, I will help. Others, it's like that.
You could have gone to KNUST, you could have gone to UCC, University of Cape Coast, Crown Community University of Science and Technology. You ended up at the University of Ghana.
Yeah, there was always going to be that.
Is that where your father went to?
Yes.
Was he also a Vandal?
No.
No, he wasn't. Okay.
Right. I went to Commonwealth Hall. Okay. It was unusual.
Uh-huh.
Commonwealth Hall is very unusual.
Yeah.
It's a culture shock. Commonwealth Hall can wake you up.
Big time.
But I was lucky when I went to Commonwealth Hall because my next door neighbor was in level 400. So he had an inner room.
Okay.
So I went to sleep in his inner room.
Yes.
AG.
Yeah.
I went to sleep in his inner room. And then...
So no congestion for you.
No congestion for me.
Two of you in the room.
And he was barely in school.
So you had a room to yourself?
I had a room to myself.
That's it.
Well, I'm 100
That's
boy.
it, that's
But
it.
they didn't save me from the ponding.
No,
Oh, they found me.
You go, no.
Oh, I go plenty, Charlie. But I enjoyed the traditions of the hall.
Yeah.
What a lot of people saw was just this perception of these boys
all
are.
that stuff. Yeah.
But what people didn't see was just the sheer effort Commonwealth boys put in at being academically good. If you enter the Commonwealth dining hall, in the reading room,
No.
hey, Commonwealth boys learn.
You'll be intimidated.
Yeah,
Definitely.
they learn. And what I came to understand later on as I matured was all the things that we were doing was just a way to let off steam from all the learning that we were doing. Otherwise, you go mad.
It's true.
You go mad. Boys can put in 6 hours of learning to go and charge for 2 hours. I mean, you can give them that.
That's it.
So
you have that culture of people sitting in the front at the observatory and then debating on issues.
That is where my radio life started.
Yeah. If you talk nonsense, you have to defend it.
Yes.
Source.
I was the king of the Hermes statue.
Thank you.
I was under the Hermes. That's just that place where
The front there.
The front. We had arguments, myself, B-Ray, Ono. We discussed football a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's where I got Sami Bartels was a radio universe at the time. And he used to pass through and he was like, look, all this noise you are making there, come and make it on the radio, radio universe. And let's just say I fell in love.
That's it.
Yeah.
When did you join Renew? At which level? Level 100, 200?
That was 200.
Okay.
What
was your subject combinations in University of Ghana?
So University of Ghana, I started with philosophy, history, political science, and drama.
And then what did you graduate with?
I graduated with a combined major in political science and performing arts and drama.
That's quite a unique combination.
Yes, it was very deliberate.
Political science and drama.
It was very deliberate. So you had to major minor.
Yes.
But I checked and I was told I could major.
Yes.
But a lot of schoolwork.
Yeah.
And it was something I felt okay with because I didn't want to drop drama.
Why not?
Because I wanted to do directing.
That's why you went.
Yes. So I wanted to do directing. So my final year project work was in directing.
And nothing to do with political science?
No. But I did the research work in political science, but my final year project work as it was in directing.
Why did you want to do directing?
I loved it. I loved the performing arts. I did not think I would love it as much as I did. For me, it was one of those courses. I liked literature, I told you.
Yes.
But first year, second year, I was like, this thing is interesting. The place, staying out long nights for rehearsals, a very very unhinged group of students, I must say, very confident, And I found myself like, this is a group I can identify with. Most of them were I had more friends in performing arts than I did in political science.
Yeah.
It was a very large class in political science. Performing arts wasn't like that. We knew each other by name.
Did some of the P science people think you were odd because you were doing performing arts?
Most of them were doing the same anyway.
Oh, they were doing
but they were just doing it as
a minor.
Okay.
Okay.
But I had made up my mind by level 300 that I was going to enter Dr. Sandiakis' directing class. It was a very hard class to get into. We're a class of 9 directing. Some of the best times of my life.
Back in the 90s, those who studied political science, performing arts were looked down upon. You had these derogatory names like Dondology and how can you come to school and pay all these school fees to come and drum?
Yeah.
Did that persist into the 2000s?
Yeah. Heavily.
What's the most unfortunate thing somebody said to you about your course?
You don't have a future. Yeah, because you see, people's understanding of it was.
Somebody told you.
I had like Uko school asokosa.
You go to school.
You're going to dance, or you're going to act.
You don't have a future.
Yeah. So because what are you going to do? Because everybody understood like, political science, you're going to law school, you're going to this, you're going to that. The admin students especially were very, very, very annoying.
Yes.
Yeah, like they were stuck up and they were snobs. Like,
admin.
Look, I'm doing admin. I'm going to be on the street. You're going to do what? You're going to drum. But what a lot of people didn't understand is, in performing arts, when I was in 300, I did social psychology. I did budgeting. I did analysis and interpretation before doing modern drama. the kind of skill set those things give me.
Yeah. Start a business. You can start a business.
It's not just about the drumming.
No.
It's not just about the plays that you see on the stage.
It shows you the level of knowledge they had.
They had
Yes.
to be able to do those things. So my ability to break down things in the analysis and in Dr. Womana Esiedu's modern, and she was a hard taskmaster. She later became director of the School of Performing Arts, Dr. Womana Esiedu's class, Professor Martin Owusu's class. You have to be able to analyze and defend your position on those things. So for me, it was transformative. And then, of course, Sandiakis's directing class. It changed my perception about all those things. By the time you leave that school, you have been trained in so many different things. Time management, planning, scheduling. I can do lights. I can do stage design. There are so many things that you have an idea about. Because you've participated in it, there's production participation. Even if you won't study, go and participate and see how it is done. You are just so well-rounded. It was a beautiful experience.
It's able to connect the dots between your studies in political science and performing arts and say how you analyze issues on the radio and how you interview people.
Exactly. For me, that is where that connection comes. People don't get it. I will always know current affairs. But can you see behind the story? Can you understand that, okay, there's hubris here. It's not just that there's an understanding between these two. You would have seen sequences of that in plays that you have read. So your ability to break those things down is easier. Your understanding of those political scenarios is at a different level to the person who just read political science and just sees it in black and white. You see black, gray, white, red, green, everything.
So you're operating in a multiverse.
In a multiverse.
Not a universe.
Not a universe. And that is one of, I think that is what gave me the advantage that I have used quite nicely to reach the top of this graph.
There's a book I read which says everybody has an unfair advantage. And when you have it, you should use it.
Yeah.
I think that was your unfair advantage.
That was mine. And just also meeting the right people. You know, when I was done with school,
You do well?
I did extremely well. If I was directing TA. So
nice. They called you back.
Yeah, they called me back.
They don't call the people who didn't do well back.
And they called me back to work under the most gifted directing lecturer they had, Godfred Akoto. It was a job everybody wanted. He was young, he was famous. I'm sure you would know him. And the thing I loved about Godwin was unorthodox. Those who had seen The Police Officer, the movie, was very different from what was available at the time. And he had that same approach to school and work. And he was always saying, look, let's try new things.
That's it.
Try new things. He says, fail fast. But don't let it pass.
Yeah.
So I ended up working for him after school for 1.5 years.
This is after service, right?
Yes, after service, as his assistant.
Okay.
You know, learning all I could learn.
How do you feel about at that time that you worked with him?
I was on top of the world. Godwin was everywhere. Opportunities, the rooms you enter with Godwin Akoto, you just tell you stand there quietly.
Which rooms shocked you first, the most? Say, hey, me pan this.
2008, when he comes with a canvas, unrolls it, and starts saying, we are going to do A, B, C, D. We've been given the contract along with Professor Niate for artistic direction of the opening ceremony of the Cannes 2008. We are going for a pre-production meeting one time. And
what was your first reaction?
I was like, what? We are doing what? I was like, yeah, you are stage manager.
Ooh.
I was like, huh? I was like, he's like, yeah. We are going for
opportunity.
Yes. It was a massive opportunity for a young man at that
level. You're in your 20s still?
Yes. I was 23 at the time. And he said, we're going for a meeting the following day. Prepare. We went for a meeting that at the time had Dr. Kafui, had Rex Dankwa, had a couple of government honchos at the time, serious government honchos at the time. I got this like, you stand there behind me, discussing what the opening ceremony was going to look like, how much it was going to cost, who was going to do what. But I was just standing there. It was amazing working for Godfred. May he rest in peace.
Amen.
It's a big loss.
Yes. Yeah. Ghana has lost a lot. Yeah, may he rest in peace. After service, after working with Mr. Kote, what was the next step?
So after that, it was back to school. So I was back to the University of Ghana.
Okay.
Center for International Affairs.
Less yet.
Yes. They said, come. I went and I did my thing.
This is a master's?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I left a very good impression.
Okay.
At Lesiat. They'll tell you.
So why did you want to study diplomacy and international affairs?
I felt it was a natural transition for me. I had done the performing arts. I wanted to add more. And at that point, I had also started a bit of full-time journalism work. I had some work with Metro TV at the time, but it was sports-based. But my objective at that point was pretty clear, that I wanted to become a journalist. But I needed to equip myself with a certain kind of skill set to become the kind of journalist I wanted to be. I'd seen a lot of the journalists around. I felt to make a difference, I needed to become a different type. And that required preparation.
Was there a journalist who you were modeling yourself on? I mean, not necessarily. Not in Ghana, internationally, anywhere.
No, not necessarily. No. But I just felt I did not want to be a journalist who worked just in Ghana. And for that to happen, I needed to have a base. And so it was Legon Center for International Affairs for me. Did well there, then went to study journalism and communication in China for 3 years.
You went to China.
Sure.
Why did you decide to go to China?
Scholarship.
Okay, you got a scholarship to go to China.
Yes, to go to China.
Okay.
So, funny story, my master's thesis was on the use of international sports events as a platform for soft power. I used the Beijing Olympics as a case study. At the time, the Chinese embassy was part of my interviews. The suggestion was, can we see your conclusions when you're done? I said, okay. So I sent it. The gentleman reached out and said, interesting conclusions. Would you want to go to China?
Just like that?
Yeah. My conclusions were...
What were your conclusions?
My conclusions at the time were not very positive. At the time. Let me put it that way.
What did you say?
Just not positive.
You didn't feel that they could use sports to...
No, I thought they could. It was just the manner that I described it. And he felt maybe if I had an understanding of China, it would improve my understanding of what they had tried to do with the Olympics. Because I feel at that point, my opinions were a bit fed by what was available in the Western world.
Yeah.
So it was a very one-sided. Their side of the story had not been told, apart from what they had told me during my interviews. So I was like, okay, give me a scholarship.
Looking back, that was something really good that they did.
Yes.
That somebody can tell you something that you may not like, but you still want to work with the person.
Yes.
And try and get them to.
Yes.
That was really
good. It was, I think it was the single biggest change in my worldview. Unlike the difficulties I had in Prempeh College, I felt at home
in China. On the long plane rides to China, because I don't think there's
at that time.
What were you expecting when you were sitting strapped in your seat? With the 30,000 feet in the clouds. What were you expecting?
Hostility. Intolerance. A very difficult environment, Advanced, but difficult. But landing, I landed at in Guangdong province. Caught a flight from there to Fujian province. I was going to Xiamen, so I took a Xiamen Airlines. And by morning, I had met 5 people. They didn't speak a word of English, but they had all proven very helpful. And the processes I went through in those first few days allowed me to understand they are a process-driven people. You can't just walk in and do anything you want. They are fair people. You show up at this time. I had an appointment at the bank. I was late. So I picked up the ticket number. I was number 50 or so. I was trying to get an account. I had to do that in the first 3 days of arriving. So they had to close because I got there late. And the security man says, "You are 50. Tomorrow you are 1. That's all. That's it. If I show up with the tickets, if I can show up with the tickets, that's
you're number 1.
With yesterday's date at last, I'm 1. I showed up. People were there. He was there. I showed my ticket. It was like, yeah, get in line. I was 1. Nobody complained. Nobody said a word. I had my tickets. You just showed it. They said, yeah, this one. Go. I was moved to a side of the school that had foreign students living because we all lived in. It was called Nangguan 1, Nangguan 2, Nangguan 3, Nangguan 4. Yeah, I lived in Nangguan 5. So there were 5 apartments, each 7 stories high. I had a brilliant Eritrean roommate. Yeah, marine biologist, special forces of Eritrea. Was a soldier.
Yes.
Yeah, been a soldier half his life.
In the camp school. Was he curious about Ghana?
He was very curious about Ghana. He was very curious about independence, about democracy.
Yes.
But he didn't have that.
No.
And he was constantly asking me. So I said something, he's like, can you do this? And I was like, yeah, I can do that in Ghana. I can do it. He made me very proud of our democracy. But by the time I was done with China, my worldview was a bit more balanced. I wouldn't say that I ended up loving China so much as to everything they do is correct, but I ended up understanding that there are similarities between what they do and what others do, just that people don't understand what they do.
Has the West kind of fed a narrative of China that is formed out of maybe fear or
there's just a lot of
there's just a lot
of ignorance. I was lucky because the time that I went to China, very few Ghanaians were going to China. I'll tell you this.
This is 2000 and...
This was 2010.
2010.
Yes, I left. Well, 2011, I left.
After the AFCON.
Yeah, after
the World Cup.
After the World Cup, and I came, reported back. A month later, I was gone. So I left in 2010. Yeah, I left in September 2010. The thing about China and all that it tries to do is people think, they are backward. In 2010, there was not very much knowledge. When I was going to the Chinese embassy for my visa, we were 3. I knew the security man at the Chinese embassy by name. It was called John. I came back to meet somebody for a meeting a year later and went to the embassy. The queue was like from here to God knows where. The windows had opened.
Skills had fallen off us.
Everybody wanted to go to China. By that time, nobody was interested. Nobody. We were 3 at the embassy the whole day.
When your friends found out you were going to China, what did they say?
Well, at the time, everybody was like, why are you going there? Because you could have gone to the US. You were smart enough to go to the US. You had opportunities, UK. But for me, I've always been I'm not afraid of challenges. And it was unique for me.
What do your parents think about your China trip?
My dad was in love with it.
Okay.
The only thing he did was he said I should sell my car and pay for it myself.
Did you?
I did.
How about Mama?
Oh, she was sad to see me go.
Yeah.
She gave me a few CDs to change it to something.
That's
They
could take you see your how far.
How far?
How long did it take you to learn the language?
A year, because part of the arrangement was to spend a year learning the language. So in addition to my classes, I had a year of language class with the other foreign students, different levels of intensity. So there are those who are doing just the basic learning, there are those who are doing it for academic class.
That's what you're doing?
Yes, because half of my classes were supposed to be Mandarin at the time.
Was it easy to learn?
the formative months are difficult, but once you get a hang of the characters and the vocabulary, and you show a commitment to practice, it's like booking English, in essence.
So you can write Chinese, you can write the characters?
My characters at the moment are a bit hazy because I don't practice as much as I used to.
Speak.
But I can speak, yes.
Say, I'm happy to be here.
Well, I usually hang out here.
Break it down for me. I'm learning the things.
So I'm happy to be here
Yes,
with you.
slow it down.
So let me just, in the Chinese is about context.
Good.
More than just direct vocabulary.
Sure.
So I'm happy to be here will be wo hengao xing ren xiniya.
Okay.
So I'm happy to be here with you.
Yes.
Yes.
How long have we been speaking for?
Almost.
Yeah, no, in Chinese.
Oh, okay. 我跟你说多久? So basically mix it up a bit.
Yes.
It's been tough.
And it's a bit like African language in terms of tones, right? You can get things wrong.
Yeah. So there are different tones.
Yeah.
So the craziest one was when and when. So there are 4 tones.
Okay. So what? Name them. List them for me.
So
First tone is what?
There's the flat tone.
Say it.
Yes, there's when. There's when. There's when sharp. There's when.
Okay.
You know?
Yes.
One can mean ask.
Okay.
One can mean kiss.
Okay. Be careful.
That is where the problem is. That is where the problem is.
So
if you don't take time,
instead of ask,
can I ask you something? You guys say, can I kiss you?
Problem will come.
You know, and one other thing that culture shock. So I was going out my apartment and 2 Mandarin speakers ahead of me, and they were saying nigger.
Mm-hmm. In Chinese.
When you hear nigger as a foreigner, what comes into your mind?
Yeah, you're insulting me. I should get angry.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, these dudes are definitely talking about me.
Yeah.
Like, these guys are insulting me. So I was getting angry, you know, but I let it go. So it was later when I proved that, you know, there's nigger and jigger.
Mm-hmm.
This is.
In Chinese.
Yes.
So like you go fight a problem. Have you been back since you came? Have you? Yes.
Once.
You went back to China?
Yes. Once.
After you came?
Yes, once.
You see, you saw big changes?
China's always changing. China's always changing. They don't stand still.
What can we learn from them?
Commitment to change. Look, I've never seen a group of people more focused on improving their lives. China has moved half its population in 1 generation from poverty in 1 generation. Half. There's still significant poverty. Where I went to school, my teacher told me that if I had arrived there 5 years prior, and I've just seen a place that I would never have wanted to live. They built it out of nothing. With top class. The provinces spend the money to improve, because if they improve, they fail to bring money.
And if you steal money there as a government official,
hey, they'll shoot you. As for corruption, if you are found guilty, they'll shoot you. They don't play with that one. There's actually a significant incentive to whistleblow. So, and the last I checked, it was like 17% of the loot. So
if you whistle, you blow whistle, and they see that you will get a commission.
Yeah, at that time.
And then the other person has to go and meet his maker.
Yeah, they will shoot you. Especially at the government officials now, because there's still a lot of corruption. Corruption is their bane. Corruption is the biggest problem they have, and that is why they decided to deal with it drastically. So either you serve a very, 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 very significant period in a labor camp type prison.
You go to work.
Oh, you go to work, my brother. You go to work. Or you go
to the other side.
Yeah. You beat your maker.
So, yep. No corruption.
Don't try it.
Don't try it.
Don't get
caught.
Catch you. Yeah. Yeah. But there is a lot of corruption, that being said.
When you came back, did you experience culture shock? back in your
re-entry
into Ghana environment.
Yeah, because you're coming from a place where everything works. There isn't so much chaos. And you are back into the system where you're trying to figure out your left from your right, the road. Are you going this way or you're going that way? Traffic light, are you going this way or that way? Everything is left to human intuition, even though there are systems in place to run those things. And that was the biggest one for me, re-entering the system. Another thing for me was just how nobody was debriefing us. And Lloyd Moore has spoken about this.
What you learned.
What you learned.
How can we use
Because in the reverse, if you're a Chinese student and you come to school here and you go back, for 3 years, somebody's debriefing you. What did you learn? What is going on there? What is this? What is that?
I've spoken to graduates of the Cuban system, and these people spent 10, 15 years in Cuba, and they've never been debriefed. They've come back to Ghana, and nobody has asked them any question about your experience. 15 years in a foreign country. So how much less 3?
Yeah.
Nobody has asked you anything.
And it was weird for me, but I just decided, okay, maybe this is how things work in Ghana.
Maybe you should write a book, man.
Yeah, maybe.
China years.
That's an idea. Yeah. That's an idea. Yeah. I'll put that to my pocket.
Yes.
That's an idea.
Yeah. Brief yourself.
Yes. So it was a bit different for me, re-entering into that environment. But you adapt. You're back home. You have things to do. And my plan was to go back and teach.
Okay.
In
Chinese?
No.
But you wanted to go back to China?
To China and teach.
Oh, we would have lost you.
Yeah. Bernard Avles put a stop to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Good job. Well, how did he stop you?
So I went to see him. I used to make occasional appearances on a City FM sports program called Halftime. It was on Wednesdays. Yeah. And I went to see Bernard on my way back to China. It was like, so I'm going. And it was like, but where are you going? I was like, I have a couple of things to go and do back. It was like, would you want to work here? Like, I'll be interested in working with you. I can discuss it with my people. I was like, nah. He was like, look, bro, you've come back. He sold me the whole juice on everybody has to build their country and whatnot. It was pretty convincing at the time. So I was like, okay, I could give this a shot.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was my full-time entry into
the system. Were you also a panelist, occasional panelist on Asempa in the past?
Yes, we had what we called, that was with Christopher Poku.
Oh, may he rest
in peace.
Sports guy.
Yeah. Davis Odeneho, PJ Mose. We had a group called the Stambich Mafia.
Hey.
He didn't want to get in our way.
Very aggressive sparring.
Very aggressive sparring.
I suppose it's a tree station.
Yes.
So you're doing
yes, we're doing this in tree.
Okay.
Back in the day. That was when Asempa was based at
Tema?
No, Pyramid.
Pyramid House, yes.
Pyramid
House.
Ring Road.
Okay.
So
you didn't enjoy those times?
Oh, yeah, it was amazing. Chris was great to work with. Yeah. PJ Mose was great to work with. We had impact, But CTFM was my official entry into like a proper newsroom style.
You did Metro 2 in the beginning?
Yes, because that's why I did that World Cup.
Yes, exactly.
But I wasn't full-time staff. I had a contract for certain things.
Okay.
Yeah.
So City.
Yeah.
Sports. You started sports.
Yes.
And then you started going into current affairs?
I'll tell you. So doing sports, I joined City, the sports desk, was made editor in a very short while. Then one day I'm just minding my business, descending the staircase. I meet Mr. Samolata Mensah, Samen CEO. His office was on the opposite side, the building, opposite side of the newsroom. So I'm coming like this, he's also coming like that. We meet in the window. It's like, yeah, Godfred, you're reading Prime News. Like, what?
Good one. It's a mark of a good boss.
I'm like, what?
No chance for you to say anything.
I'm not reading Prime News. It's like, yeah, you're reading Prime News. I was like, boss, this one day. I was like, no, you're reading it. You'll be fine.
True.
Impromptu.
One time.
I was like, you're reading Prime News today.
Correct.
So
the 531.
The Prime News is the 12th one.
The 12th one. Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. It was like, you're reading Prime News. I was like, what? And I was shaking. Because I was so unprepared. And Prime News is heavy.
I like the 16, man.
Yeah, Prime News is heavy. So I I got guided through production. Betty Kankambwedu, Samiri Afe, all those people kind of held me down through it. I'm telling you, it was not a good debut. It was not a good debut.
But you became good at it.
I got used to doing. I don't think I ever got good at reading news. I don't think I have a good voice for it.
I want to hear the news voice.
I don't have one.
Read the news for me.
I can't read any news for you.
I'll give you bullets.
Oh, Debbie. But that is where I guess the segue to current affairs came from. Soon after that, he again, Sames is always trying
doing things.
What
again? He tell you?
He says he's trying to do something. By breakfast show, I should go. I'm like, Bernard Abla is doing his thing again, like down there. What business do I have there? I'm doing sports. I'm happy.
Maybe Bernard was cooking these things. So
no,
go ahead.
No, not necessarily. I think
Samen just
Samen has a gift.
There's an eye for talent, right?
Yeah, he has a gift for telling you what you can do and what you cannot do, even though you don't know it.
Okay.
That I give him credit for. Sometimes he might push a bit too hard. You might resist, but in the end, you might realize that, okay, this thing actually does work for me. So
were you doing Sports Panorama before
Breakfast
Show?
No. I was doing the breakfast show before Sports Panorama. Sports Panorama came in.
So halftime first, Prime News, Breakfast
Show, and then I guess that is where things really took off.
How were you introduced into the Breakfast Show?
No, it's just
Monday morning and then you're there.
Yeah, have a chat about it. You know how it goes. So we started just chit-chatting. The dynamic was a bit uneasy at first because you have to build chemistry. I think it was myself.
As a listener, I speak for myself. I'm sure other people also, I like that whole. It's almost as if when you're not watching it on YouTube, in my mind I see people around a table.
Yeah.
And different personalities. Yeah. There's one feminist. There's one person who is always going this way, who has been hauled back. And then Bernard is just moderating everything.
Yeah. I don't know if it's deliberate, but
that's, for me, I can see this distinct personalities.
Yeah. That's what it's become. But it's been formed by years of knowing each other. And sometimes people think, we fight. Behind the scenes, we fight. But we know each other well.
And then some days we'll just play reggae.
Yeah.
And then you'll be analyzing the things that Bob Marley was saying.
Exactly. It's sometimes you plan. Pre-production says we are going to do A. Then the spirit takes you elsewhere.
It's just great.
Yeah. And because we've done this for so long,
the city vibe.
We kind of understand whose ropes to tug at what points, and we become really good at it. Because of that. It's become hard to replicate. I pity all those who try to replicate.
Yeah. No, because it's natural.
Yeah.
And it was formed over time.
Yeah, over time. A decade.
How early did you have to wake up to get to work?
We have to be breakfast. You have to be at the office by 6 because you're doing review at 6:30. These days I have a lot more leeway. Yeah, because I'm a bit senior.
And DC to city is not.
It's not too far.
Okay.
On a good day, 15 minutes I can get there.
Best times on the breakfast show.
We did the Bible quiz, Bernard and I.
Okay. How did it work out? What was the format?
The format was like proper Bible quiz. So Bernard versus Bernard and I. We got into an argument over who knows the Bible better between the two of us. Bernard, Bernard already, and he thought I was normal, but I told him that Master, presbytery level champion.
No small.
So we went at it, and
on air.
And then Bible Society gave us donated Bibles as prizes. Nice. That's okay, the two of you.
Go head to head.
So Pastor Chikata moderated with his questions. Mauli Chikata brought his questions.
So what were the questions? They go mention something and then you point the verse?
Yeah. Myself, Bernard, Sky.
Sky today inside?
Yeah, Sky day inside.
He to know Bible well.
He tried, but he chopped line. We went better than I went head to head. But Bernard pulled away in the final round.
I see.
But the feedback from that show was amazing. Like, I was in a bank one time with a man who was on the Supreme Court. I didn't even know who he was. And he's like, "You're Godfred." And I was like, "Yes." It's like, "You lost us the Bible quiz." I was like, "Oh, it's like he's Presbyterian." It's like, "You lost us the Bible quiz." I was like, "Oh, this next day I have to do better."
Who are you representing? He lost it by repeats.
You know,
That was nice.
that was an amazing show. And I also remember the Isaac Osei interview on the breakfast show. At the time,
Isaac Osei.
yeah, at the time he had presidential ambitions.
Okay.
Bernard interviewed him. Let's say it didn't go well.
It went south.
Not for us, for him.
For him.
Yeah.
Right from the beginning?
Yeah, he didn't show up prepared.
Oof.
Yeah, it didn't go well.
And you guys just went at him.
Yeah, it was not.
You had to ask the president.
It was a massacre.
Yeah. It not be personal.
Yeah, it's not personal.
It's work.
Yeah, he wasn't prepared for it. It's been.
Did you drop the bid after that?
Yes.
You have to be prepared. Yeah. Because the Ghana stage is bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've done some amazing work, but the Bible quiz was an amazing show for me. That interview also stands out. We've interviewed a lot of people. We've interviewed President Kafui before he became president. We've interviewed Dr. Baumia. We've interviewed, we've had President Mahama before then as well. I interviewed him later as vice president in South Africa. But it's been exciting, the breakfast show. And hopefully we're able to continue.
And you are on TV too?
No, I used to be on television, but not anymore because I took up other responsibilities that did not allow me to combine being on radio and television.
So it's radio. Do people recognize you from just your voice?
Yeah. I don't understand why, because I like that anonymity.
No.
But
they hear.
Yeah, people, as soon as I talk, they're like, it's you.
Yeah. Are you the one I know?
Are you the one I know? I'm like, there's not this, yeah. You're right.
Are you the one? I said, which one?
Which one?
My question is, they said, oh, you look like family. I said, I'm your family member.
Somebody's like, it's you, eh?
It's you.
I'm like, ooh. No, the guy.
Yeah.
Said, which one?
guy?
You know, but it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
You know, it's all love.
And people connect.
Yeah, it's all love.
People connect just with the power of the sound of your voice.
People,
you connect to you.
Sometimes I can just be there, nobody's minding you, and then I utter a word and feel like,
it's you.
It's you.
Be you that.
Yeah, I get that a lot. It's a cool feeling. I must admit.
Best thing about being on radio. Best thing for you.
You want me to be honest?
Yeah.
You get cool stuff.
Yes.
You just get cool
What's
stuff.
What's the coolest stuff you've gotten, man?
I've done too many. I can't say just one. Like I've got
two.
I've gotten a lot of cool stuff.
Like what?
I've got a lot of cool stuff. I've gotten a dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
What breed?
The Cane Corso.
A Cane Corso.
Yes, I'm getting one.
That's a big dog.
Yeah.
On the market, what's the value?
A lot.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. That's 10K plus.
Woof.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's 10K plus. You know, I got a really.
What was the circumstance of the gift? The guy comes and gives you a dog?
Yeah, I like your mata kind of thing. You know, it's cool. And then I got this really nice fugu for Christmas, like out of the blue.
Okay.
And then it's like, oh yeah, you're my guy on the breakfast show.
We show you love.
Show love.
That's it.
You know, and it was really nice. You know, that people actually consider you family.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
that contributes to their everyday thing. So it's been cool.
Apart from the World Cup, have you done other international assignments?
Yeah. So I've done the World Cup. I've done AFCONs. I've covered the UN General Assembly.
What was that like, man?
That was incredible. In 2019, I did the UN General Assembly. I did UNGA in 2019. Best part of it was walking through the streets and running into Boris Johnson.
Oh, UK?
Prime Minister at the time. Yeah. Walking through the streets of...
his hair comb?
Yeah, no, as usual. You know, Raffle. And I thought he didn't have security. Don't know where they were like just 2 steps behind.
Yeah, very
like,
discreet.
Very discreet, but
British
the
style.
thing he's walking alone.
No.
He had these people there. That was amazing to cover. Yeah. I introduced myself. I said, thank you. My name is Godfred. So it's like, yeah, nice to meet you. I was like, you're Boris Johnson. I told him I followed him as mayor of London.
Okay.
And he was like, oh, okay, that's nice. But he said you have to go somewhere. I was like, okay, chill.
That's all. So the streets of New York just like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
That was really, really good for me. So, like I said, a couple of AFCONs. I've done some World University Games. I've done some conferences. Just the usual.
What's your personal favorite assignment?
World Cup.
Okay, this one.
The 2010
The 2021.
Yeah. But the World Cup is my favorite assignment.
Why?
It's just the coming together of just different cultures, different personalities, all in the same space. You meet people that you'd have been chatting with for 4 years, but you never met. Then an opportunity emerges where you meet and you're like brothers, like you're catching up over 4 years. It's
You
incredible.
eat foreign food from other countries?
Oh, I like food.
Okay.
In general.
All right.
And I like trying new food. I like trying foreign, and that's because of my stint in China.
Yeah.
Because the Chinese food is not easy to adapt to. But once you get over it,
Is there the Chinese we eat in the restaurant here? Is it the same?
There's a bit of a change because like the fried rice that I had is not the fried rice you have. I think this fried rice is a bit tuned to the Ghanaian palate.
What is the Chinese fried rice like?
The Chinese fried rice, there's a bit more oily.
Okay.
Ours doesn't have that much.
Yeah.
So they have a lot more veggies.
Oh, more veggies.
Yes. Then we have a few more spices also than a few spices less than what we put in here. Yeah.
Any strange animals you ate there?
Chinwa.
Yes. What's a chinwa?
Chinwa.
It's a dog.
Frog.
Frog. Okay.
Yeah, I like frog. And then
what does it taste like? Don't
like
go too
chicken.
far.
Just like chicken.
Okay. Did you boil it, fry it, steam it?
No, it was in a restaurant. It was buttered, in the butter sauce.
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Frog
taste.
with what?
Well, just frog.
No, with rice. Is it a starter? Is it a main meal?
Yeah, it's a starter. You can just,
With chopsticks.
No. Oh, finger food.
And it's crunchy like chicken.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
Okay. Did they put that for soup inside too?
You can if you want it.
Okay.
There are different ways to prepare it, but
Okay.
some fry it, some grill it, some steam it in like veggie sauce.
Can you see that it's a frog, or it doesn't look like frog? Because
if they prepare it like that one in the steam wok, you see it as frog. But if they fry it, you might not see it.
First time at taking it, were you apprehensive?
I didn't know. I didn't.
It always helps not to know this.
Yeah, I didn't know. But after I chewed it and I was enjoying it, the person, my guest at the time, Yahweh said, that's chinwa. I was like, what? Okay, it's not bad. Yeah. Let's go.
So did you reorder later?
Oh, I enjoy it. It's something I eat. But these days, here it's hard to find and it's expensive.
Okay. Oh, it's kind of a delicacy.
It's pricey.
Okay.
It's pricey here.
All right. Okay.
If you go to the few restaurants that have it, you pay an arm and a leg if you're not careful. But it's good. The best one is I don't know if I wouldn't call it like a
popular man.
Was rainy seasons. There's this insects.
Yes.
That come, but they kind of like locusts. Type.
Yeah.
They gather them and then they fry it. It's crispy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So they like crisps.
Yeah, it's chewy. Yeah. I like that one too.
The next time I go to a Chinese restaurant, I'll look for it on the menu.
It was really cool. But they make a mean grill. Like there's the way they prepare their snails.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, snails we can relate to.
Yeah. They grill with pepper and everything.
Okay.
It's really nice. They know how to grill their chicken well.
All right.
Yeah, it's nice.
I'm interested in the frogs and the insects.
Yeah. Those ones are good.
I'll deal with that. Your toughest assignment.
Toughest assignment. Toughest assignment was the AFCON in Equatorial Guinea and Gabon.
Why?
Countries that lack infrastructure. And was pretty dangerous as well.
Dangerous in terms of?
The distances that you had to cover. And Equatorial Guinea, because Ghana played Equatorial Guinea and beat them, and there was tossing of tear gas. There was a helicopter that was flying very low.
In the stadium?
The stadium. And in the end, they had to put all the Ghanaian delegation supporters in some corner, and they had to bring these blacked out vans to come and get out.
So they're not going to see as you come out.
Yeah, because there's so many angry fans out there who were threatening to beat the Ghanaians.
Oh wow!
It was pretty hectic. I gave up covering AFCONs after those two.
Yeah.
But these days they are doing it in places that I think are a bit more reasonable. But those two places, like there was we were on our way from Malabo to this place that the president comes from. I've forgotten the name of Mongomo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mongomo. It's a very long drive. It's a lot of nothing.
A lot of nothing.
A lot of military stops. We got to one, and these guys tell us, these rough-looking soldiers tell us we are carrying a grenade launcher. I'm like, we are not. It's the camera bag with the tripod bag that looks, it's like, what is this? Like, get out of the car on your knees, sort of thing.
And they're holding serious looking guns.
And
on your knees?
Yes. about 2 or 3 minutes, like check the things. And it's like, okay, they can go. We got into a flight. We felt like the plane was going to crash. We were saying our prayers.
You pray some?
Hey, what's that? We don't want to die in somebody's country, much more one like that. So it was difficult. It really changed my perception of covering AFCON. So I came back, I was like, never again. I'm not covering AFCON if it's in
these conditions.
It's not worth my life.
Yeah. Sure, it's an eye-opener for those who think journalism is just receiving fugus and canicossos.
There are some places that, are difficult to go. I have a scar, from covering the Ghana Premier League when Bekum Chelsea was in the league back then. We are just in your commentary corner, and then they're like, "Oh, this game you have to leave." I'm like, "Why should I have to leave?"
The fan is telling you this?
Yeah, the fans. Bekum Chelsea fans. Go to City Park. So I leave. I'm like, leave for what? I'm working. I don't go. Wake up and there's blood streaming all over my face. Hit my head with a stone. Ooh. Just like that.
Wow.
Back then. So it's not a safe job.
No.
All the time.
No.
Also,
do you ever have to wear bulletproof vests at work?
That was in Nairobi. During the
election.
The election.
2009?
No. That was the more recent one.
Recent one?
Yes. That was the more recent one.
You were on assignment there?
Yes, because I lived in Nairobi at the time. I was editor for Business Insider.
Okay.
So my office was in Nairobi, and we had to do a piece on Kibera.
That's
the big slum. And that's a stronghold of the now late Baba.
Mm-hmm. Former president?
Former prime minister.
Okay.
So there had been a lot of incidents with the police clashing with them, and we had to go and cover it. This taxi driver that we had, he was amazing. He saved our lives. And that you would not have heard a good story.
Did he chase you?
Yeah. So it's not a safe job all the time. It can be fun, it can be rewarding, but it has those moments where you rethink your life choices.
What does a bulletproof vest feel like when you wear it?
On Kevlar, it's okay.
Is it heavy?
Yeah, no. There are different grades of. There are some that are a bit lightweight, but it doesn't change how strong it is. Yeah.
Let's talk about Kenya. What took you there?
So, when I was leaving Ringier Ghana Limited, which at the time owned Paul's Ghana as editor, the opportunity came to go and start the franchise of Business Insider, which is one of the largest digital business publications in the world. They wanted to start a sub-Saharan section. So I was given that assignment to go and do that. Head office was in Nairobi. So I moved to Nairobi to go and establish that. It's doing quite well. I'm proud of the role I played in starting that, because I had a desk of 2. To start something that massive, had to recruit from and build it from ground up, from one first story to whatever. So doing that in a country where you hadn't lived before, trying to establish a new network of sources and contacts, and trying to get interviews, trying to make, engage new digital formats, short form, long form interview styles. It wasn't easy, but I think we're able to do the building work that the platform is now built on. So, yeah, good one.
How was your Kiswahili before you went there?
Bad, still bad. It was bad, still bad. And I still don't like ugali.
They are kind of carbohydrate.
Yeah, I can't figure it out. Yeah, I still can't figure it out. They know how to make a mean grill though.
Yes.
Yeah,
Nyamachoma.
Yeah, the nyamachoma is heavenly.
Powerful.
I saw that one. With the kachumbari, I am on fire. But as for ugali, leave me out of it.
Best thing about your Kenya experience?
If I had the opportunity to move to another country, it would be Kenya. Weather is fantastic. It's not too stressful. At least the thing is, you always say life is not stressful as an expert in another country.
Yes, of course.
The locals will tell you different.
Yeah.
But I just like how calm it is, and for me, it works. So Nairobi, I like Nairobi a lot. There's also a lot to do in Nairobi. Unlike Accra, we have a lot of public spaces where you can just sit and think about yourself in life.
Okay, green.
Okay. Nairobi is a jungle. Nairobi is a city built within a jungle. So
they didn't chop the trees down.
No.
So what will they do for here?
There are a lot of game parks around it. So there are parts of Nairobi you are not even allowed to toot a horn.
Okay.
Yeah, when you are driving, because you might disturb. Yeah. The David Sheldrick Elephant Orphanage is not far. It's like in there. But here,
you have animals walking into town sometimes.
No, not at all.
Thank God.
Yeah, you can't. But it's a beautiful city.
Yeah,
Nairobi. Yeah.
Before the Kenya experience, you worked at All Sports.
Yeah, so I worked for Ringear Ghana. So I left City to go to Ringear. Mm-hmm. So the idea then was Ringear is Swiss. Ringear is the largest privately owned media company in Europe. They are Swiss. So they wanted to expand into Africa. They had already started that with Teso.com. E-commerce at the time was the thing to do. So we had Teso at the time, but they wanted to venture into the news space to try and compete, build a purely digital media entity that did not rely on traditional media. Mm-hmm. And so I was brought in because of my experience in that regard to start what became All Sports, which was very successful at the time. My only disappointment is the way we read success and the way investors read success was very different. So although we're doing really, really well, the plan was to rather become a lifestyle, entertainment, news platform. So All Sports was absorbed into what became Pulse Ghana. So we ended up losing a lot of the work that had been done by All Sports. But I think All Sports was incredible because it set the tone for a lot of things that have become normal now in terms of what we see with content creation and just lifestyle blogging, and even sports content creation as well. The use of large, loud fonts, images, coverage of just lifestyle, of sports lifestyle, rather than just basic sports news and the results. Yeah. We're doing that when nobody was doing that, at the time. So it was a very rewarding time for me. Also because you get to experience what cutting edge digital media looks like. Because whatever new tech appears in digital media, you get it.
You get it first.
You get it first. Yeah. If it's being experimented on, we started using regenerative AI for writing sports stories when the Israelis were developing it. And
so the beta models where you were getting,
we were getting all those things. We were told, okay, practice with it.
This one.
Use it and see what happens with it. So we were at the forefront of most of those things, and it changed and enhanced some of the work that we do. So that was really, really good for me personally. But coming back from, I left there to go to Nairobi. Still with Ringear, still owned the franchise for Business Insider, so I was still an employee of Ringear. Came back and just felt I had been away for a bit too long. Needed to find a way back home, and City allowed me to come back home. Yeah. So I joined City again, and that time as current affairs editor. Did that for a while, and then had to do other things. So just removed to just doing the radio now.
But you're also commissioning editor at the Conversation Africa.
Yes, that's my primary job.
Tell me what excites you about that job, man.
And the anonymity and the anonymity one, because no conversation editor has a byline. Mm-hmm. But outside of that is also the opportunity to introduce knowledge that people hitherto thought was beyond them or above them. So a lot of academics, when they write in journals, it's expert to expert conversation. So nobody is willing to read it because the language is not something you will understand. They are talking to another expert. Yeah. So what we do at the Conversation Africa is to help them break down those jargon-laden research pieces, journal pieces, into everyday language formats that everybody else can consume.
Give me an example of a very thick, opaque academic phrase which has gone through your process and
it will be hard because there's just so many. But there was one where I had to do some work on some carbohydrates that went through a process to produce something, and like for 2 or 3 days, there was a newsroom chat
on how to break
this down.
Easy.
They make it easy, and in the end, we just ended up reaching out to the author and we're like, can we break this down? She's like, no, this is the official term for it. I'm like, yeah, we know what the official term is.
We want the street
level. But we want street level. So there's no street level for this.
No. We have to break it down.
We have to break it down. And that is the rule we have at the Conversation.
Yeah.
You must be able to. There's no technical word that is unbreakable. You must find a way to break it down for everybody to understand. So our method is basically your average 16-year-old must be able to understand a Conversation article.
You know why I'm smiling?
Why?
Because when I see any thing that looks like it's been written by a lawyer of 50 years standing or some academic who has 3 PhDs, my prompt in AI is, please summarize this to the understanding of an intelligent 16-year-old.
Yeah, so that is our baseline.
That is
our baseline.
Yeah.
Your average intelligent 16-year-old must be able to consume what
content
we have written. And we spend a lot of time, we are partnered with a lot of universities around the world. So we train their faculty on how to pitch, on how to break down their work and research. We do dialogues as well at certain conferences. We are doing well.
I can imagine.
We are making an impact.
You're enjoying it.
Yes.
The anonymity can be refreshing.
Yes. My editor, when I was being interviewed for that role, flew into Ghana, Caroline Southey, and the first question she asked me was, Godfred, you're so famous. I was like, I'm not famous. And she was like, no. Are you willing to be anonymous? I was like, what am I doing with the film?
You want that anonymous man sometimes.
Yes. It's like, are you willing to be anonymous to do this job? I said, I don't mind.
Let's do it.
Yeah. You've done 15 years of being well known.
Now go undercover.
Go undercover. So I do that. So a lot of people recognize me more as, the City FM man. But my primary role
is that conversation.
Is at the Conversation. A lot of people read things that I have done. Sometimes I'm standing there, somebody's reading something I've done. I'm like,
smile quiet.
I'll just smile quiet here, walk past.
Was I hallucinating, or did I hear you a couple of times on BBC?
Yes.
There's a show, I'm trying to remember the name of the show, but you are like two guests and a host, and you are like
Unexpected Elements.
Unexpected Elements. I love that show.
Yes.
That's you.
Yes, that's me.
Also.
Yes.
So I'm not hallucinating.
You are not. It's official. That's me. So again, because of the work I do with the Conversation, the BBC reached out that they were starting a science-based podcast, and we're looking for persons to engage with. Again, to have an exciting conversation about science in a manner that appeals to a broad audience.
Which is exactly what you do.
Which is what I do.
Yeah.
So we did a couple of test runs and it worked.
I love it.
I love it as well.
I used to love that show.
I have been away for a while, but I'll be back, in the next season.
Please come back.
Of it. I'll be back in the next season of it.
A couple of random questions before we go. What happened to your name when you went to China? You were Godfred.
Yes, please. But I'm God.
Nice. From God, G-O-D to G-O-T.
Yes. So I was born Godfred, but
who did your father name you after?
That was just a name, Godfred Akoto Boafo.
Just gave it to you.
Yeah, favored by God.
Okay.
So
Kweku.
All right. Yes. Wednesday. So what happened was I was GOD for a very long time.
Yes.
From there I was born. Then I lost my passports when I was in China, and I was supposed to go from China somewhere else to go and do something very urgent, school-wise, and I couldn't travel because of that. So I reached out back home that I needed documentation
to do a new passport
and everything. And my mother reached out to somebody at church who worked at Best and Debts at the time, and was like, yeah, this is what the person. So the person came back to her with the best set and everything done as GOT.
They don't give out the information the name
as GOT. But here's the thing: there wasn't enough time.
No.
To also say, let's go and do everything else again, because other processes had been initiated based on that. So my final documentation came in 2 weeks later or so, and it was GOT from then on. So I've been playing catch up with the barrier. We are legal with the GOT now.
So Ghana have to get got.
Everything is GOT now.
Your Prempeh college nickname has now changed.
Yes.
It's now Deaf Talk. Strange, man.
No another nickname was a bad name.
Remix. on X, you are East Sportsman.
Yes.
Why?
Because I started my X account when I got in from the East, China. Mm-hmm. But primarily, I run a sports website called East Sports.
Is it still there?
No. Eastsports.com. But that is what actually brought me to the attention of Ringier.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because they had seen the work that had been done on esports, and I was doing that by myself.
Okay.
So the diligence that I paid to it, I felt, esports and esportsman made sense at the time, and I haven't changed it since. It's kind of caught on. It's unique, isn't it?
That's how I know you.
Yeah, esportsman. People know me more as esportsman than my Godfred.
It be so. We like your lives on X.
Yeah, my spaces.
Yeah, spaces. Yes.
But I need to do a bit more on that. But
did you do one after the World Cup?
Oh yes, we did quite a few.
Good. Debrief there.
Yes. I need to do more. But what happened was, I wanted to try a few things. I realized nobody was doing in-game spaces.
What's an in-game space? Okay, so as
the game is going on.
Okay.
At the time.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. And I realized people really liked it.
Of course.
Yeah. I was like, I didn't think it was going by. Like I said, Godfred Akoto always said, feel fast.
Yeah, but if you think about it, when the game is going on, we're talking about things.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I realized people wanted to talk.
Yeah.
So people will lower their TVs.
Yes, and they follow the thing. Why you watch it?
Yeah, they will be discussing. So that is how my spaces grew.
Okay.
And it just grew from I built on that to a place where people feel like we can have a chat.
Yeah.
Say our minds respectfully,
yes,
but aggressively, after a match, and be comfortable. Sometimes people come and attack you. It's okay with that.
Have you ever been physically threatened?
Oh, several times.
For an opinion?
Several times. It happens. There was a time we were rescued at the Nanajimai.
Rescued by her?
Yeah, Nanajiman at the time at the Accra Sports Stadium basically had to put on a show of armed force to get us out of the stadium.
Fire someone shot.
Threatened to.
Quite
at the time.
The people they come for you.
Yeah, because we had said some things on City FM at the time.
Where they identify you?
Well, we don't hide. We don't hide.
Okay, complete these sentences. The story I regret not chasing harder is.
I've chased every story hard.
Okay.
That's me.
No.
If I set my mind on it, I have chased mid-sea. I chased it hard. The Maputo reports. A lot of people know me for the Maputo reports. I chased it really, really hard.
What was that about?
Maputo reports was the All Africa Games report from our games in Maputo at the time.
Okay. And the mid-sea?
Mid-sea was the sponsorship contract of the Ghana Football Association that ended up at a cement company.
What were they building there?
It was very, very cool. It was murky. It was one of those ones.
Yeah.
If I am interested in a story, I'll see it through to the end.
Okay. If I wasn't a journalist, I would be.
If I wasn't a journalist, I definitely would have been a film director.
You're directing?
Yes.
From School of Performing Arts?
Yes, School of Performing Arts. I give it a shot, for some time. Once in a while, I dream about projects I would want to put on, but I see my classmates and school and others putting on those shows, and I'm happy I see Fifi Coleman working.
Yeah, he's a classmate.
Yeah, Fifi Coleman was behind me,
Okay.
but we were collaborators a lot.
Okay.
From Dilemma of a Ghost through to a lot of Etua Tubare,
Nice.
a lot of projects.
Nice.
So definitely would have been
You'll be a
something I'd
director.
wanted. I think I might go back to directing.
Why not?
Yes.
You have a favorite director?
Now,
Yes.
in Ghana, I think Mumen.
Okay.
Chief Mumen.
Chief Woman. Yeah.
I think Chief Mumen,
Yeah. That man Samosa thing is epic.
yeah, Chief Mumen does things on a scale that I relate to.
Epic.
Yeah. So Chief Mumen is mine. Latif does well. Uncle Ebo does well. But I just resonate with what Chief Mumen does.
Your favorite genre that you like to direct? Is it a movie you want to direct?
No.
Plays.
Plays.
Okay. Comedy.
Whichever
drama?
one.
You're good to go.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Okay.
If the script resonates,
You're good to go.
I depending on the moment I find myself in, I'm good to go. I like working with people. I like the creative process. I like the adaptation of the script into my vision on stage. And those are the things I found fun. But in the end, it's also about bread. And at that point, you have to justify whether you make bread or not.
One for job.
Wasn't making bread. But now they make bread.
Yes, they do. A lot of bread.
Yes.
There's different flavors.
Yes.
The most underrated skill in broadcasting is
Reading.
reading. People don't read.
People don't read. People don't read.
If it is the cause then.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of surface knowledge. People get by, but when you prod deeper, people don't really pay attention.
Because one day you were doing your analysis, I think something on agriculture on the breakfast show City. I was in my car and I just was clapping because it was obvious to me that this person has done his research.
Yes.
And you it's not just top level.
Yeah.
It's deep. You've read stuff, you synthesized,
Yeah.
and you've come up with your own conclusion.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's academic rigor.
Yeah. I think people, we don't read enough. We need to read a bit more. Everybody's in a hurry to be famous. Everybody's in a hurry to be a firebrand. But nobody's willing to just be the person who just provides insight.
We need more that.
I think we need a lot more of this. I think we have a media space at the moment that is saturated with a lot of firebrands. People like it, obviously, because of the nature of the market. The audience likes it.
So you're making a lot of noise.
Yeah. No.
What's a firebrand?
No, I'm just saying, people like to, people like the aggression.
Okay.
But they're not saying anything. And
but so a lot of heat.
Yeah, but very little substance.
Okay.
Somebody will say, "Who are you to say that?" But that is how I see it.
You have a right to your view.
Yeah, But I just think we just need people who provide balanced insight.
Okay.
And let people have an informed position on matters. I think if we are able to do that, we can get back on track as a country.
Ghana football will only take off when
the government shows interest.
It's nine.
When the government shows interest.
That's it. The kids are taking over stars have taught me
patience. You have to be very patient when you're working with kids. They test you in all kinds of ways. Sometimes you're in a bad mood when you show up, and they're also acting up. If you're not patient, you will not be able to get anything out of them.
Okay. Come on. What if you'd stayed in China after Xiamen? What does that career look like if you had stayed?
Classroom.
You'd have been teaching?
Yeah.
What?
I'll definitely have been teaching communication and journalism at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if you were handed the GFA presidency for 1 4-year term? What structural change would you make first?
I don't want it.
But we hear the current president wants a 3rd term. Is that true?
There's mention of an amendment. There's Congress coming up in September. We will see where that goes at this Congress.
Is there support for that kind of
amongst
amendment?
The football people? It's very popular. Mm-hmm. Amongst the general public, it is totally unpopular. And I can understand where it is coming from, because if you look at the background of why we have 2 terms, it's on the Kwesi Nyantakyi staying for too long and building too much power. Lessons learned from that, normalization committee comes in and says, look, in order not to create a situation where one person spends too much time accumulating so much power, only 2 terms. But here we are, the people make their own statutes. So they say we feel that 3 terms is much better than the 2 terms, because the argument is they want the 3 terms to match the 3 terms of a FIFA president.
FIFA presidents can do 3 terms.
Yes. So that is the basis for this. I'm not a big supporter of it. I think 8 years is more than enough. But hey, football people say they want otherwise.
So if they give you a job, you know, we take out?
No, it's not a job I'm interested in.
Why not?
But
you could have a chance to make a difference.
Yeah. It takes too much to make a difference. If the government is in, a difference will be made without the individual. But the way football generally is designed, it will take a lot for the person at the top to be the one making the difference.
Okay. What if Ghana hadn't missed that semi-final in 2010?
Ghana would have been happy for a year. Yeah, we would have been happy for a year.
For a year?
For a whole year. You can't come down from that high.
Charlie.
Argentina are still celebrating winning the
other one.
The other one. Well, until they lost this final, They were still celebrating.
Yes.
It's a high that you just cannot get enough of. And the disappointment of missing out is representative of just the kind of high we would have had. Yeah. We are still pained.
Mm-hmm. We are
still pained by it. That's why you say you're going to see Luis Suarez.
Charlie.
Luis Suarez cannot visit Ghana.
No.
He will walk free.
No.
Somebody might stone him somewhere. So it would have been an all-time high. It would have been an all-time high.
Charlie. What if, man?
What if?
If you had to give up either sports journalism or current affairs, which one would you give up? Forever.
You're mean.
I'm me.
Sports journalism will go.
Okay.
Sports journalism will go. I think there's a limit to which sports journalism makes an impact. But I think in current affairs, governance is every day. And the opportunity to influence what makes the wheels of a country run is more important for me. So I'll give up sports journalism. Current affairs will go. Will stay for me.
Sorry, sports journalism. What if Taking Over Stars produced a Black Stars captain one day? What would that mean to you personally?
I'll be in tears, but satisfaction.
Yeah.
I would know that my job is done.
You love that job.
I like it more than anything else I do. Which is why I spend so much time. It doesn't pay any money, but I am there.
You're there.
It's more satisfying for me.
We're almost done. Either or.
Okay.
Breakfast show energy or late night current affairs calm?
Oh, breakfast show energy.
Straight up there.
That's a no contest.
Kotoko or Hearts, pick a side for a day.
Kotoko.
Why?
I grew up as a Kotoko fan.
Okay.
Yeah.
I grew up before you went to Prempeh?
Yeah. I grew up as a Kotoko fan. It was just Kotoko was loud in my neighborhood. A lot of everybody I knew who was watching was a Kotoko fan. Kwesi Adoba, all those people. Kwesi Adoba had actually even played for Kotoko. So, Kotoko for me. My old man liked Kotoko.
Did you ever see any of their games?
I've seen too many Kotoko games. Okay. As a child, no. Mm-hmm. But once I got to Kumasi still Kotoko trained on the Prempeh College field for 2 years. So we were at their training session every day. They trained from 6 to 8. So we spent the first part of the morning watching them train before we go for morning assembly. So as for Kotoko, I spent a lot of time watching them.
Maybe so. What do they need to do to bring back the glory days?
Kotoko, they need to behave like every big club does. And for that to happen, they need its biggest investor to show he's a big investor. The Santini needs to put in a lot more money. Kind of like how with everything we've discussed, Kotoko doesn't have enough money being put in. the operational budget of Mamelodi Sundowns, who would be a contemporary of Kotoko, is $16 million.
16, 1-6. And then South Africa.
Yeah.
Mamelodi
El Ali.
Sundowns. El Ali, Egypt.
24 million. Al Hilal, which is in war-torn Sudan, 8.5 million.
Al Hilal.
Yes. Al Merek was doing 7 million.
Also in Sudan?
Also in Sudan, roughly.
Where are they getting all
TP Mazembe owns 2 private jets in DRC. Has an operational. Running a jet alone should tell you what they are doing with what they have.
What's their budget?
Roughly around 5 million. So Kumasi Asante Kotoko cannot compete against those teams with $500,000.
No, it's not going to work.
You know, who are you hiring? Who are you recruiting to play? You know, they've brought in Eric Tinkler, good coach, but who is he bringing to play that sends Kotoko to the level or that we think they need to be at? For Kotoko to grow, Kotoko must be a team that spends $3 or $4 million every year.
These teams that you mentioned Mamelodi, Sundowns, TP Mazembe, do they have players who could have played in Europe?
Yes.
But play on the continent?
South African players rarely go out to Europe. If you're in South Africa, you're earning 25,000 a month.
It's okay.
Why is he going outside? He's comfortable.
You're done.
You understand? So if we don't get our players, our teams to pay those kinds of salaries, we have Kotoko players leaving to go and earn $2,000. Kotoko players are leaving. Kotoko can't employ 4 players who earn $2,000. They'll say it's not possible. It's not feasible on their budget. But the teams that you say you are similar to are paying $20,000, are paying $15,000. In Tanzania, they are signing Ghanaian players and paying signing-on fees of $50,000.
Mazembe?
No, in Tanzania. Yanga, Simba. They're paying $30,000,
Congo.
$40,000 to Ghanaian players who are playing the Ghana Premier League. Are signing on fees. That's not salary. That's signing on. Come and join.
That'll be your bonus.
That's your bonus for joining. Kotoko is paying what? 30,000 cedis, 40,000 cedis. You say you are the same size as Yanga or Simba or Ali or Pyramids. They have blown you out of the water. That ship has sailed for a lot of the teams. African football is a rich man's sport. Football everywhere is a rich man's sport. If you're unwilling to spend the money, you are not going to compete with anybody.
We're coming to the end now, and it's time for your final message. A couple of people I want you to speak to.
Okay.
Where's your camera? It's in there somewhere.
Okay.
So first of all, to the upcoming young journalists across Africa.
Do the legwork. The legwork is important. Everybody's chasing fame because we are in an era where fame brings money. Social media clicks, engagements, that's what the business is. But I say do the legwork. It pays off longer than the short instantaneous gratification and the money that comes with. The legwork gives you substance, the legwork gives you knowledge, the legwork gives you push. So do the legwork.
Your last message is for those bright-eyed kids at Taking Over Stars. What do you want to tell them?
Keep working hard, boys. This season is going to be fantastic. Don't give up. It's going to be hard, but we are behind you. So keep working.
Are there girls in the program too?
No. We really do. We have a partnership with Faith Ladies in Dan Suman. Yes. We share some of the programs if it requires women, but we are not on the same grounds. But we have a partnership with Faith Ladies.
We've come to the end of this game. And all I want to ask you right now is who you recommend that I speak to next?
Well,
yes. Yeah.
Quite a few, but let me
drop them.
I'll text a few things to you.
Okay.
I'll text a few names to you. Yeah. But if you could you need to talk to some of the Kumasi boys.
Okay.
Yeah. You need to talk to like a Bright or Joe Laka.
Oh, Joe Laka, I know Joe Laka.
Yeah, you need to talk to Joe.
Yes, it's a broadcaster.
Yeah, you need to talk to Joe Laka.
For real.
Yeah, those are the killers. They've been there.
Yes.
From the very start. They're still there. They know what has happened. Like, you know, the Kumasi media landscape is very different from what we have here. Yeah. So talk to a Joe Laka will be incredible. A lot of people learns the job from him.
Yes.
You know,
I know him. I'll look for him.
uh
I have his number. I'll call him.
called Joe.
Joe Laka.
Yeah,
Yes.
Joe Laka will be. You know, he used to be a teacher.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, at King's International School.
Okay, nice.
He was teaching in primary school.
Nice.
Yeah, back in the day. Joe Laka is in his 60s or 50s
Yes,
now.
yes, yes.
Pachepa
He's got a lot of institutional memory.
you know. So Joe Laka will be interesting. Bright is also good. Can come Werdu.
Mm-hmm.
Current sports analyst of the year. Yeah, he just left. Multi-million CD move
Transfer.
Charlie, the Kumasi market is crazy. Oh. I want to go to Kumasi.
Serious transfer. Transfer move. Signing on fees and things.
They bought him a new SUV.
That's all.
Yeah, they bought him a new. Previously, when he was going to Pure, they bought him an SUV. He's given the SUV back. They've bought him a new one.
That's all.
Yeah.
SUV to SUV.
Yeah, that's for them. They don't play.
Grace to grace.
Charlie. So I'll text you, but Joe Laka, I think, would be really cool to talk to.
Alrighty.
Jessica is not around. It would have been good to talk to Jessica.
Yes. Paris Afro.
Paris Afro, you know.
Awesome. Yeah, but we have Zoom these days, so who knows?
Yeah, you can do that
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
I think like Jessica would be a really good story.
Awesome.
Yeah, from just a very different perspective.
Godfred with a T.
With a T. Godfred.
Thanks a lot, man.
Charlie, my pleasure. Thank you so much. I enjoyed this.
Yeah.
Paul, you see I've done your thing for you. Man slide into my DMs just like that.
Just like that,